Going live, and we're finally live.
Woohoo!
All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming to the 13th Age Not-At-Gen-Con 2015 demo. I will be your GM. My name is Aaron. I am the Fire Opal Online Play Czar. And I will be running the game for these guys. And why don't we have them introduce themselves? And we'll go left to right on my screen. So, David, why don't you introduce yourself and talk a little bit about yourself?
I am a highly capable and sentient cat who has an interest in role-playing games, even though I cannot, pick up and manipulate dice due to my lack of thumbs.
I don't swat the dice. I've seen worse ways of rolling.
Fair, fair.
I mean, if somebody just puts the dice up on a table, you're going to knock it off anyway.
And those rolls count.
Unless they're cocked, in which case they don't.
But on a serious note, I'm Dave. Some people call me Ogie. Usually my characters have Ogie in the name, so that will be a thing. And I have played a lot of D&D. Discovered 13th Age fairly early on in its kickstarting, and it looks pretty cool. I'm excited to be playing, another game.
All right. Elliot, how about you introduce yourself?
Hi, my name's hello. My name's Elliot Hochberg, and you may hear my voice unnecessarily on the podcast Never Not Funny. I am also one of 3 principals in Modest Games at modestgames.com, and I review games on Pop Culture Beast, which once we're done with this, in some reasonable amount of time, I will post a review.
All right. And lastly, Jace.
I'm Jace Parker. I've been playing role-playing games ever since I got into college. I got turned on to 13th Age by a friend, Volan, who was just raving about the way the book was written itself. And I got into it, read it, and I think my major first foray into the really great social group that we have with 13th Age, a really great community, was the caption contest that I got to be a runner-up for with the Bestiary.
And if I can interject, Joseph just put a comment on the thing page saying that he is going to be joining us shortly, and there he is.
Indeed, he already has. So why don't you introduce yourself just in time, Joseph? Tell us about yourself.
Oh no, I hope he's not having mic problems.
I suspect there's a mic problem at play.
As is inevitable.
The joys of online gaming.
Yep.
The technical issues are never ending. Even if you don't change anything from week to week.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he's going to hop out and hop back in again.
Well, that's like the standard tech support thing. Turn it off, turn it back on, then swear at it, then hit it.
No, I think the swearing really starts first.
Good point.
Honestly.
And what are those?
They're turtles, I believe.
I saw those on Google Plus just a few days ago. They're hamburger turtles with hot dogs and cheese.
Jeez. I was just retweeting off of you, and I saw that, and I had to share. Who doesn't want to eat a beef turtle?
That sounds kind of naughty, actually, in some undefinable way. All right, so let's get. All right, did you and Jace see the Roll20 pop up on the side?
Oh, on the side of.
On the side of the Hangout. If you go over all the way to the left,
yeah,
you should see a number of icons.
Ah, Roll20.
Yes, Roll20 is a pink D20.
Yeah.
And Joseph is back. Is your mic working, Joseph? Can you hear us? Speak to us.
I feel like we're... Oh, and actually, I need to change my Roll20 avatar because I am not the DM.
Yeah, so once everybody's into Roll20, I'll show you how to change everything from being gigantic and taking up half your space.
Cool.
Because that's the first thing I show everybody how to do when they enter Roll20. It's not the best default, I'll say that much. We still can't hear you, Joseph. Try to say...
here.
Oh, there you go.
Ready.
All right, now introduce yourself. and join Roll20 while you're doing it.
I'm Joseph. I will probably be playing the fighter. I'm very sorry for the late arrival. I've traveled over 300 miles, and traffic was not great today.
Yeah, I get that. I understand that sort of how that can take it out of you.
That's quite a distance. All right, so let me show you guys how to get rid of all that giant icons. So I'm going to screen share for a moment. So if you go all the way onto the right on Roll20, there's a gear icon. You know that the settings icon.
Mm-hmm.
Click on that. Scroll down to where it says My Settings. First thing you can do is you can change your display name if you want to do that. But the pertinent thing is down under Player Avatar Size. There's a drop-down menu, and there's 4 options. You probably want names only, because even small takes up a lot of space on the map. It's kind of not, yeah. Well, as compared to large, which that's a quarter of your map right there. So yeah, I just use names only, and it's usually good enough for everybody.
Ew.
So I'm going to stop there, and we will get to choosing characters. Now I know I told everybody not to make any firm decisions, but I hope you've all at least looked at the available options.
But this drawing I've made that I spent the last 6 hours doing, what will I do with it, Aaron?
What about my chest tattoo?
Ah, trumped.
I wrote a 400-page backstory detailing my family's entire lineage back to the First Age.
David, he did a tattoo. That's the worst.
Yeah, the tattoo is kind of hard to trump.
Yeah.
Unless you got another tattoo and it was on your face. In which case, face tattoos beat everything.
What if you named your firstborn and got your firstborn a face tattoo?
Then I call them in white coats.
What if I've chosen my character based on my reflections on how great traffic would have been today if Mad Max was reality?
Wow.
I don't know. That's kind of hardcore too. But I don't know. The tattoo, that's still hard to beat. But all right, let's get into it. So before you make any final decisions, 13th Age characters range from relatively simple to fairly complex. None of them tend to be as complex as some other fantasy games that we might name, but they tend to be relatively complex in comparison with each other. On the simple side, we have things like the Barbarian, the Paladin, and the Ranger. They're very quick to play. They don't have a lot of different moving parts to keep track of. Your decisions are going to be fairly simple, turn to turn, in any given combat. Then towards the middle of the spectrum, we have things like the Fighter and the Cleric. They have more going on. There's more to keep track of. There's more to do in any given turn, but they're still not too complicated. And then up towards the top, we have like the Bard, the Sorcerer, the Wizard. As in within a lot of fantasy games, they tend to be the most. They have a lot going on, and there's a lot to keep track of. The Bard tends to be the most complicated class in 13th Age. But that being said, if you want to play a more complicated class, you should totally go ahead. I'm more than happy to answer any questions you have regarding that as we play. So why don't you just take a look if you have any questions about the characters we're playing, or anything else about the setting. We will go into some of the more specific things about 13th Age characters after we've gotten all the characters chosen.
Okay.
So I know, Joseph, you said you were looking at the Fighter.
Yes, sir.
I know you've played before, so I'm sure you'll be okay with that. And the other thing, I know I posted it on the event, but don't worry about if someone's playing the same class that you want to play. Don't worry about balance. Don't worry about duplication. You'll be able to make your character unique in numerous fashions. So even if like all four of you decided to play fighters, you would end up with four very different feeling fighters, and we'll get into how that happens.
That right there, that's what we're gonna do. We're going to play 4 fighters, and we're gonna call ourselves the Four Tours.
I mean, it's interesting that you're making these decisions for me.
I've never actually had anybody come into a demo and do something themed. It would be interesting, that's for sure.
Yeah. All right, but Elliot and Jace, what are you guys feeling?
I'm like a switch hitter, man. I like a lot of the classes in 13th Age. I haven't played it as much as I've run it, so anything will be refreshing for me to get a grasp on, whether it's the wizard or the barbarian.
None of the classes aren't fun even as a beginner, so there's no problems in that respect of somebody playing something and it not being interesting at level 2.
Well, I've got in front of me the Wood Elf Ranger, which kind of attracted me as a nice amount of things to have to keep track of.
Mm-hmm.
So unless there's some reason not to do that, I'm going to go with that.
All right, then Jay, you want to do actually either wizard or barbarian? I can pick up cleric.
Yeah, all right. Well, I guess I'll go with wizard then. That's a nice bit of balance there. Not that we need to worry about it, but we did it anyway.
No. So we're going to have Jace, you're going to be playing the cleric. Is that right?
Wizard.
Oh,
yeah,
wizard,
okay.
sorry. Elliot, you're going to do the ranger.
Uh-huh. His name's Fjord.
Okay. And David, you're doing the cleric.
Yes.
Okay. Just got you 2 mixed up with it there. Okay. And now we're going to go into customizing these pre-gens. You'll notice as you open them up that there are a few bits besides the name that aren't filled in, and we're going to go through each one of those. We're going to start with the one unique thing. And basically what this is that there is something about your character which in all of the land, all of the setting is unique to you. There is something about your character that is different from everybody else. There are a lot of different options for that. Some people like to go with I'm the only elf, I'm the only wizard, I'm whatever it might be. Some people like to make themselves unique by basically eliminating everything else that might be like them. And that's a perfectly legitimate way to do that sort of thing. But what this does is it helps to inform not only your character, but it also helps to inform the setting. Because in certain ways, you are limiting or defining the setting by defining your character's one unique thing. Like if you decided that if Elliot decided for whatever reason that he wanted to be the only wood elf, then all of a sudden the setting has to accommodate the idea that, well, what happened to the wood elves? Did they used to exist? Is he a new thing? What do the icons have to do with that? It's some one unique things can have tremendous influence over the setting and the campaign in that respect. Some not so much. Some might be very specific and personal. Like one of the example one unique things is my eyes have been replaced by amber, by the elf queen, and I can see, but they're now jewels of amber instead of flesh and blood eyes. And that's not going to have as big an effect on the overall campaign, but it could. In a lot of cases, it's going to be a much more personal, one unique thing. So let me read you out a few more examples, and let me give you the best one unique thing that I've ever had, demo or otherwise. One of my players at PAX last year said that he was playing a paladin, I believe, paladin or a fighter, and he said that I'm not actually the paladin or the fighter, I'm their sword, and the body is just a puppet that I use to get around and do, and basically live my life.
That's interesting.
It was like I said, it was the best one that I've had in any game whatsoever. Not to diminish the other ones that I've had, but that one was above and beyond. But the one unique things are generally not encouraged to do is have mechanical effects, though they can come into play. Like, for example, if you wanted to say, I am the only elf with wings, I would say, in a normal campaign, I would say, okay, you've got your wings, they're unique in that respect, but right now they're too weak to hold you. You can't fly with them. The most you can probably do for the first few levels is maybe glide, if you were to fall from a height. And then as you go higher up, as you advance in the tiers to champion tier and epic tier, I would work with you and say, okay, you're level 5 now, you're champion tier. You can now hover, but you can't really fly very fast. But on the other hand, that might get you over a pit, it might save you from a really bad fall or whatever. And then when you hit level 7, when you hit epic tier, I'd say, okay, you can actually fly now. But in general, it's recommended that your one unique things don't have a specific mechanical effect like that. It doesn't mean they can't, but it means that there's going to be some back and forth between the GM and the player. And there's a lot of that in general in 13th Age, as you'll find. So let me read a few more of the example one unique things. I hear pain is music. Sweet, sweet music.
That's creepy.
It is very creepy, but not necessarily inappropriate, depending on your character. I am the bastard son of the Emperor is really popular. It's really not that unique when it comes down to it.
It tells you a lot about the Emperor that's popular.
Yes. I am a dwarf who was covered in scales from the egg of a dragon.
What are your goals, Jon Snow?
Another one, I'm not sure if it's a gear or not, but another one was a gnome that had their heart replaced by a clockwork mechanism. That was their one unique thing. The stars sing to me. Sometimes they tell me things, and sometimes those things are actually true. So that's kind of an idea of what your one unique thing can be like. So does that give any of you any ideas for what you would like yours to be?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Joseph, why don't you kick things off? What are you thinking of for your one unique thing?
Alright, half-elf fighter. Gonna take that literally. The left half, human. The right half, elf.
I like that.
Yeah.
It's definitely unique. Okay, so I'm gonna put down your one unique thing's literal half elf.
In the past, I have also done literal wood elf.
Oh.
I've actually had that one come up before. That one kind of lends itself, I think.
Yeah.
All right, but no, I like that. That's really good. That definitely, if this were an ongoing campaign, that would be something that I, as a GM, would work into it and going, well, how the hell did this happen? Could it happen to somebody else? And so on and so forth.
Has it happened to somebody else through the other halves?
Yeah, that's true. Very true.
Mm-hmm.
So, anybody else have any ideas come immediately to mind for their one unique thing?
Yeah.
Go
Go ahead. Now we're just going to be aggressively polite.
Yeah, seriously.
I will decide. Jace, you get to go first since you're on my right.
All right. Every day I wake up and I have a different spell book. Sometimes they're spells that I have no idea how to cast, and sometimes these books scare me just to look at them.
Okay, that's interesting. But it won't stop you from necessarily casting the spells you've got, unless you wanted to.
Well, I'm not a very strong spellcaster. I only know a very few spells, and those have tended to show up as they're kind of like basic in their approach.
Okay.
There's some that I'm scared to ever even attempt.
Okay, that's pretty good. All right, Elliot, what about you?
Well, since I'm a wood elf, I figured that I hear the pain of the trees.
But you're the only one that hears this pain?
Correct.
And is it only the trees, or is it the forest in general?
Well,
I'm just imagining him stepping on the grass and him hearing the grass being like, "Get off of me, you jackass!"
no, it's just the trees.
Just the trees. Okay.
So if the trees are in pain, say a fire, being turned into a chair.
But is it only pain, or is it just the trees talk to you?
No, it seems to only be pain, as far as I can tell.
Here.
It shows a lack of caring on their part. You think they could share good news with you.
I know. How selfish can they be?
Right? So, if you've got wooden things, I've got my eye on you.
They're going to be complaining all the time. All right, David, what about you? Have any ideas?
Dead wood doesn't scream at me. It's only the live wood that screams at me.
Yeah, what I came up with is just kind of quirky, and it was I was stepped on by a Koru behemoth and emerged unscathed.
Ah, that's interesting. So, for those of you who aren't as familiar with the setting, Koru behemoths are basically
Walking mountains.
Yeah, if you picture Tarask and how that usually tends to be portrayed in D&D, imagine something 100 times as big. They're big enough that people can actually live on their backs and in their shells. The Koru behemoth nomads, and yeah, they're enormous, and they kill other monsters. Nothing pretty much compares.
Without even meaning to, like they're not even aware of it. It's just if you were in the path of it, you're done.
Pretty much, it's like it's really analogous to an ant. We are as ants to them. I mean, they wouldn't even notice anything. So let's see, stepped on by Koru.
And emerged unscathed.
Well, I would imagine that that's kind of implicit. If you were stepped on, and because otherwise you're jam.
Oh, I know. I mean, I just like the word unscathed.
All right. So there's everybody's one unique things. I like them. They're pretty good. Let us go on to the next part, which is going to be backgrounds. Mm-hmm. And what backgrounds are, they function a lot like skills would in other games. But instead of having a defined skill list, 13th Age uses these, which represent a number of different things that you can do within a particular background. Like, for example, if you took the background City Guard, then you would use that background as a skill to do anything that a City Guard might do. You might use it to chase somebody. You might use it to interrogate somebody. You might use it to bust down a door. You might use it to tie somebody up. Whatever a City Guard might do is encapsulated within that background. It's as far as you can imagine and as the GM will allow is what you can do with that particular background. And that's you can have backgrounds that are very elaborate. You can have backgrounds that are very specific, or you can have backgrounds that are very general. City Guard tends to be a little more on the general side. Something more specific would be Night Commander of the City Watch. That would be something more specific, and I tend to encourage something that's not super specific, but also not really vague. Because if it's too specific, then it's not something that's going to come up very often. If you take a dragon veterinarian, that's not something that's likely to come up very often in any particular campaign. It could. I'm not to say that it's just no good at all, but on the other hand, it's not going to come up very much, and you probably want something more generalized. Maybe even just veterinarian might come up more often than one specific to dragon. On the other hand, if you make something that's super vague, you'll end up using it for everything, and that ends up being a little boring. Not just for you as a player, but as a GM and the other players around you, they'll tend to get a little tired of using the exact same thing all the time. It's just not that interesting after a little while. So you have 8 points for backgrounds. You can have no more than 5 points in any one background. So you could have a 5-point background and a 3-point background. You could have 2 4-point backgrounds. You could have 8 1-point backgrounds. I wouldn't recommend that. For purposes of the demo, I suggest you have 2 or 3 backgrounds. It'll keep you a little bit more focused. And if you'd like, I can read off some example backgrounds as well.
Sure.
Let me do that. Things, backgrounds, all right. What do we got? Let's see. Imperial Mage is one potential background. Wild Mountain Tribe is another one. Let's see. Here are some sorcerer ones. Tribal Shaman, Failed Wizard, former Child Avatar. Let's see. Here are some Ranger ones. Ranger, where are you? Really? Okay. They're actually not left under Ranger. There aren't specific ones listed, but either way.
I saw them.
Orc Slayer, Assassin of the Woods, Initiate of the Golden Bow.
Bow or bow? Meh.
I'm not sure if it matters either way. Some fighter ones includes things like Mercenary Captain, Bouncer, Former Gladiator, Goblin Hunter, that sort of thing. So these help define your character in a lot of ways. These help describe what your character was as a child. What did they do professionally as an adult? What was their education like? Were they raised on the streets? You know, did they go to a prestigious academy? Are they noble born? That sort of thing. There's a lot of variation here. Some people will not really touch their childhoods very much, and they'll just concentrate on the backgrounds as an adult. Some people will focus entirely on, well, this is what I was born into. But it's really up to you. There's no wrong way to do it. There are better and worse ways, but we'll get into that. So.
All right. So I'm thinking 2 backgrounds. One, first at 3 is Dwarven Brewmaster.
Okay.
And second at 5 would be, like some sort of cleric of Moradin, but I don't know. I mean, I feel like it could use something else to spice it up.
Yeah. Let's see.
Forge Priest. Forge Priest of Moradin. There we go.
Forge Priest. Okay. That works.
But what were you going to suggest?
I was going to ask questions to see if we could refine it. I was going to ask basically, what did you do within the priesthood and that sort of thing.
Yeah, so I'm going to go pretty, stereotypically dwarven, booze and metal.
Sure. There's no problem with that. How's everybody else coming? Are you having any problems? Do you need to ask any questions?
I got a couple of things that might work.
Okay.
I like the sound of the Assassin of the Woods. I think that dovetails nicely with this.
Yeah.
Take
vengeance.
What's that? Take vengeance. Yes.
Okay.
I have, and then I wrote down Acolyte of a Hypnotist.
Okay. So yeah, no, that's perfectly legit. What were you thinking about this background? Just unpack it a little bit.
Well, he's not a hypnotist. Let's make that clear. But he trained with a hypnotist and saw some of the things that the hypnotist did, and maybe understands parts of it and maybe doesn't. But now may or may not still be connected with this hypnotist.
So with this, you would be not just like the hypnotism things, but you would be like interacting with people. This would be like a social
Yeah.
background.
Yep.
So yeah, no, I think that's pretty good.
From a backstory perspective, I mean, could that be like traveled with like a traveling circus, or not that far?
Well, I mean, I think I'm sort of trying to figure out whether this guy is actually social, or he actually, because he hears the trees and whatever, he kind of hermits himself up. But what I think it is I think this hypnotist is a retired traveling performer.
Okay.
And that's why he needed an acolyte, because he's hoping to pass on the information. And then sometime in this process, Fjord all of a sudden started hearing the trees.
Okay. Groovy.
All right, that makes sense. All right, David, Joseph, how are you coming along?
I got some ideas.
Okay.
As befitting a literal half-elf,
I'm sorry, Jason, Joseph. Sorry.
he is a skilled personal tailor. He likes to craft his look to reflect both heritages equally. So 2 points in personal tailor.
Okay.
Biracial Taylor.
To allow him to travel more freely and collect knowledge. Reflecting that, he is a traveled caravan guard. 3 points in that. He likes to collect as much knowledge as he can in the rather tiny scope of half-elven history. Amateur half-elven historian for his final 3 points.
Okay.
So if you have 1 point in one of these things, what does that do for you?
It means that whenever you roll within the scope of that background, you're going to add 1 point to that skill roll. That's one of the reasons I don't recommend taking 8 1-point backgrounds.
Right. They don't do much good.
Yeah, it's not much. It's a little better than rolling just an attribute, but not much. So I usually recommend doing a 5 and a 3, a 4 and a 4, or a 4, a 2, and a 2. That's what I usually recommend. And then Jace.
All right. I'm seeing this guy's life being split up into 2 acts, as it were. For the first background, 4 points. I'm thinking expelled from the Concord Astrology Institute.
Nice.
No, wow. You said Astrology Institute?
Yeah. The High Elves, they like to study the stars.
Okay.
And I was looking through the different spells this guy has, and a lot of it's either fighting or sneaking past stuff. So I'm thinking he was recruited by the Elf Queen's Court. So 4 points in First Court Provocateur.
Another, good word. Provocateur.
I'm just impressed that I could spell that one. All right. So we've got backgrounds. We got 1 new things. There's only, well, technically there's 2 things we have left, but 1 big thing left, and that is icon relationships. In the 13th Age, there are what are called icons, and these are basically archetypes of different sorts of characters that are usually found within fantasy, gaming, and fiction. And they are NPCs that have tremendous influence over the setting. A lot of the campaigns oriented within 13th Age will be doing something for or against an icon, either whether it's directly or indirectly. They tend to have a lot of power, a lot of influence, and they tend to not necessarily control the setting, but they tend to be a very important part of it on one level or another. There are 13 icons in the default setting. If you scroll over on your map all the way to the right, there will be a list of those icons, and I will go down them and kind of give a brief description one by one. So first we have the Archmage. The Archmage represents kind of the Archwizard that has it's been in fantasy fiction since Tolkien. You know, the Elminster, the Gandalf, that sort of character. In this particular setting, the Archmage protects the Dragon Empire from arcane threats inside and out. Then there's the Crusader. The Crusader is a servant of the Dark Gods who is fighting against the forces of devils and demons. So he is a servant of the Dark God. He's not a good guy, but on the other hand, he is primarily concerned with fighting other people who are not in and of themselves good. So he tends to be very militaristic, very aggressive, and he's tolerated more often than not just because the enemy of my enemy is my friend sort of thinking. Then there's the Diabolist, who is one of the people that the Crusader is fighting. The Diabolist has vested interest in keeping devils and demons in the world, bringing more of them into the world, advancing their interests, the interests of the hell, of the abyss, in the material world. She is not a nice person, but she's also very cunning and very powerful, so she manages to keep alive, even in the face of the Crusader and her other enemies. Excuse me. Then there's the Dwarf King. This is very stereotypical dwarf. This is the craftsman, lives under the ground, very ordered. Not necessarily, the Dwarf King isn't necessarily a good person, but he is very ordered, methodical, and tends to be on the side of the good guys just by default, because of the order aspect. Then there's the Elf Queen. This represents like the Galadriel archetype. I think that's really honestly the best way to put it. She's like Galadriel from the Lord of the Rings. She's very powerful, very wise, very magically powerful, but she's also juggling the elven court and all the different elves there. So she's also very politically savvy, and somewhat isolationist because of it. Just to keep that, she's got enough on her plate already. Then there's the Emperor. This is your High King archetype. Your Aragorn at the end of Lord of the Rings archetype. Is human, and in this particular setting, he's just risen to the throne. Just recently risen to the throne, so he's very untested. Nobody's quite sure how he's going to react to the chaos and war and everything else that's going on. But he's very charismatic, has a lot of personal power as well. Then there's the Great Gold Worm. This is a enormous gold dragon who is also fighting the powers of the abyss, the demons, devils, and thus is also usually fighting against the Diabolist, reluctantly alongside the Crusader. The Great Gold Worm is physically blocking the entrance from the abyss to the rest of the world, and since he's doing that, he has orders of paladins, monks, fighters, and other people who go out and fight demons for him. Then there's the High Druid. The High Druid is nature personified. She does not like civilization. She does not like what the Archmage has done to prevent nature from attacking civilization. She wants the wilderness and nature to once again encompass the the land. She's not necessarily a bad person, but her priorities are very much different than a lot of other people. She's very nature-focused, nature first. Then there's the Lich King. This is kind of like your Vecna, your enormously powerful Lich, who has vast control over the undead. The Lich King actually used to be the Wizard King before the Dragon Empire was founded, but he was killed in the uprising, but still had enough power to remain as a Lich, and now he has his own little place on the necropolis, and has vast domains over the undead within the Empire. Then there's the Orc Lord. In a lot of ways, the Orc Lord is a very stereotypical orc. Tremendously personal, powerful, charismatic, putting together the orcs for invasions, wars. Not a nice guy. The interesting part about the Orc Lord in this particular setting is that the very first Orc Lord was created by the Elf Queen to help fight the Wizard King. So, in a lot of ways, the Elf Queen is directly responsible for a lot of the problems that the orcs cause. At the time, it was seen as a good trade-off. Now, maybe not so much. The Priestess. The Priestess represents all of the non-evil gods, the gods of light. She represents all of them. She is your kind of high cleric, arch priest kind of character. She tends to be more on the good side, but that doesn't mean that there aren't drawbacks to her religious focus as well. Then there's the Prince of Shadows. The Prince of Shadows is your trickster archetype, your thief, your rogue, your assassin. Nobody really knows a lot about the Prince of Shadows, and that's exactly the way he likes it. Assuming it's even a he, or assuming it's even just one person. Nobody really knows for sure. But he's the patron of thieves, rogues. Anybody who's rebelling tends to revere in some way the Prince of Shadows. And then lastly, there are the three. These represent three of the three chromatic dragons. The blue is actually a part of the Empire. She rules the imperial city of Drakenhall, which is over on the right side of your map. Nobody's entirely sure why she's doing this, whether she's been bound to it or she's decided to do it on her own. Whatever it may be, she's a part of the establishment in some way. Then there's the red. The red is an enormous engine of destruction. The red is arguably one of the, if not the most powerful single entity in the setting, besides possibly the behemoths. If you look down at the center bottom of the map, if you see there the red wastes there, they're called the red wastes because the red alone did that. An area somewhat the kind of the size of Australia, give or take. It was just destroyed by the red alone. And finally, there's the black. The black is very reclusive. The black keeps to herself, but she does train groups of assassins and other fighters to do her bidding. There used to be two more of these dragons. The white was killed back by the Lich King when he was still the Wizard King, and thus the Lich King still has a lot of power over white dragons in general and dead dragons. And then the green was supposedly captured by the Elf Queen and is kept prisoner in the Queen's Wood somewhere. So those are all 13 icons. All of you have at least one relationship with one icon. You can have a positive relationship, which means that you and the icon and their followers, their organizations, you guys are on good terms. You get along well. You're working towards the same goals. You've probably got friends in the organization, so on and so forth. You can have a negative relationship with an icon, which means that you and the icon are working at cross purposes. you're not on the same side. You're often working against each other. And you might wonder, why would I want a negative relationship with an icon? Since you've been working against them, you have special knowledge of how they work. You know, you can recognize their agents. You can recognize their plans. You know the kind of creatures they're likely to be employing, that sort of thing. And lastly, you can have a conflicted relationship with an icon, which means that you may have the same goals, but you don't agree with how they are to be done. You may have bigger disagreements than that. You may think that they're great people working for and doing bad things. Whatever it is, it's complicated, more or less. And they might help you sometimes. They might work against you sometimes. It depends on the situation and how you role play it out. So you all have 3 icon points. You can put them into as many icons as you'd like, so long as you don't go over those 3. So you could have a 3-point relationship with the High Druid. You could have 3 1-point relationships. You could have a 2-point and a 1-point. The only thing I ask is that you don't necessarily have a high positive relationship with a quote-unquote evil icon. So I'd rather not have anybody with 3 points in the Lich King positive. You're not best buds with the Lich King, that sort of thing. If you're not sure which I consider evil or bad guys, just go ahead and ask. But for the most part, it's pretty self-explanatory. There's a few.
Remind us how those points factor into actual gameplay.
So what will happen in the course of a normal game, at the beginning or the end of a session, you'll roll a d6 for each of those icons. So if you have a 3-point relationship with the Great Gold Worm, you'll roll 3d6 for the Great Gold Worm. On a 6, you get some sort of unambiguous advantage in either the session you're playing or the coming session, depending on when you do it. You'll often have to describe how you get that advantage, but you get something that's unquestionably to your benefit. I'll go into that more in a second. If you roll a 5, you get a benefit, but there's also a negative drawback. There, either something immediate or something down the line. So the way that would work, like if you did it at the start of the session and you rolled a 6 with the Emperor, and you guys were running into a group of city guards in one of the Imperial cities, you could say, all right, I've got a 6 with the Emperor. I know this guy from the Imperial Academy, and we were friends, so I think he's going to let us off the hook. He's going to let us go. And as a GM, I would say, that sounds reasonable, and this is how the scene plays out with that in mind. If you had a 5 with that same icon, say the Emperor, you could say, yes, I knew this guy from the Imperial Academy. He's going to let us go. As a GM, I could say, okay, he's going to let you go, but then I could decide that he goes and tells somebody that he's seen you, somebody that you don't like, that he's seen you. Maybe for a reward. Maybe it's an innocent thing where he tells somebody he doesn't know hates you, that you're around, but there's a negative consequence to it. And if you roll 1 through 4, nothing happens. For purposes of this demo, your icon rolls are going to decide exactly what happens in the demo, which variation on the demo that I end up using. But there's a lot of potential role-playing and storytelling power within the icon relationships. But again, it's going to be one of those back and forth things with the GMs. Like you may say, all right, I know this guy from the Imperial Academy, and he owes me $100. As a GM, I might go, okay, you're pushing things a little too far. He'll let you go, but you're not getting 100 free gold because of this. Or on the other hand, if you had a 5, you might say, you might say, you might decide later on and down the line that, he didn't go and tell somebody you were around. You might say that he went and talked to someone specific because he doesn't like you. So there's a lot of give and take with these sorts of things.
I remember this guy from school. I made fun of him every day. We're going to be fine.
Yeah, that also could be a possibility if you roll a 5. Yeah, you know this guy, but he doesn't like you at all. So he may let you go, but maybe he's keeping an eye on you, so you can't do your little clandestine thing as nearly as easy as you otherwise might. Mm-hmm. So that's another possibility too. So that might mechanically, it's very open to interpretation what that might entail. That's very GM derived. So your GM might say, all right, you rolled a 5, you're fine, you're passed, but your next roll it's going to be harder, or you're going to have a penalty on your next roll, or whatever.
Cool.
So, all right. Well, how's everybody looking for their icons? What are you looking at? Let's start with Elliot. What are you looking at?
Well, the High Druid seems like pretty much a slam dunk for my guy.
Mm-hmm.
Since he is the or an assassin of the woods, I feel like Prince of Shadows also seems like a good connection.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm trying to decide is whether or not a conflicted relationship with the Elf Queen makes sense as well.
I can see how it would be, but you have a positive High Druid, a positive Prince, right?
Yeah, that's what I have right now.
Okay.
Because the only other thing I thought about was, no, that's plenty. Yeah.
Another thing that you can kind of look at icons as is you're kind of informing the GM what you would like to see.
Sure.
It might not necessarily make a big difference today, but in an ongoing campaign, if you took a relationship with the Lich King, you're basically telling the GM, I want to see the undead. If you took one with the Orc Lord, you're saying, I want orcs. If you took one with the Archmage, you're saying, I want magic-focused campaign. So you can also look at it that way and kind of fill in the details of your relationship as the campaign goes on. So that's another way to look at it.
So from a iconography standpoint, so to speak, so obviously I would have +1 for Druid and Shadows. What's the if I have conflicted, how do I indicate that besides just writing con?
Plus minus, /minus.
There we go. Thank you.
That's how I usually do it. So you're going to go with conflict with the Elf Queen then?
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I think that.
All right. What about Jace? What are you looking at?
I'm gonna roll
things. I went with a first court provocateur with a background, so I feel like a 2-point Elf Queen positive relationship makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
I'm a company man, as it were. But and I was also thinking with that one unique thing, that's something that he's definitely tried to figure out what's happening there, and the person to ask would be the Archmage. So I'm thinking a 1-point conflicted relationship with the Archmage, because I've sent several notices down to what's his place called?
I don't know.
Horizon.
Oh yeah, Horizon.
I wrote a strongly worded letter.
Yeah, several strongly worded letters.
Or maybe he's offered to take them away, but take these spell books away, but hasn't promised to actually do anything to help. So you're not entirely happy with him.
Yeah, like the one response I got, it kind of sounded like he just wanted to dissect me, and I wasn't cool with that.
I was gonna say, yeah, I just wants to dissect you and see what's going on, but I thought that might be too far.
No, I'm there with you. We're on a really messed up wavelength.
By the way, come down to the Archmage's hangout and don't eat breakfast, please.
If you could just stop eating or drinking at midnight before you show up, that'd be really helpful for all of us.
And loose clothing.
All right, let's see. David, how are yours coming along? David? Have we lost you again?
Perhaps he's gone to the vicinity.
Or his mic just cut out again.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now again.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, I guess my mic just got a little loose or something like that.
Electrical tape.
That's tempting. Anyway, so yeah, I've had mine for a while because it just if I'm going with stereotypical dwarf, so the first obvious one is positive with the Dwarf King. Because it's just there, it's low-hanging fruit, and a negative with the orc lord, because screw the orcs.
Yep.
So the third, I'm thinking actually a conflicted relationship with the priestess, which reflects like divided loyalties between, the religious-y stuff, and my loyalties to home and hearth and the king of the dwarves.
Yeah, that makes sense. I can totally see that. And then we have Joseph.
Alrighty. Well, when both hands are outstretched and they're pointing at each other, they both give a thumbs up, and that reflects that he has positives with both the Elf Queen and the Emperor. He likes his history on both sides of the body.
Mm-hmm.
Thumbs up, thumbs up. He does have a conflicted with the Prince of Shadows. In his pursuit of personal history, he has entered into an agreement with some agents related to that icon, and he occasionally ferries information and shady items between towns, some items of which he is not quite proud of trafficking.
Okay. That sounds good. So everybody's back. So
the information's good though, so he will keep doing it.
All right. So I think we're pretty much done. So let's go over. We'll have everybody completely introduce your character, including their name, which I don't have names for all of them. But let's go ahead and start. We'll start with David.
Bertogi Forgehand.
I'm sorry, what was the first name? Spell that for me.
I'll put it in chat.
Okay, that'll work too. Okay. So Bertogi Forgehand.
Bertogi.
Did I not say that I have Ogi in my character's names?
And tell us a little about a brief rundown of your character.
Well, born into a long line of brewmasters, Bertogi joined the priesthood of Moradin sometime, and I don't know why.
Fair enough. We don't need to go into that too deeply today.
Yeah, I mean, suggestions are welcome, but...
He got a woman pregnant. That's the only, and that was the only place that he couldn't be called out and dueled.
Yeah, maybe it could be in thanks of the father of the dwarves after surviving being stepped on by a Koro behemoth.
That too. Maybe you had a religious epiphany after surviving something that nobody in their right mind should ever survive.
He had a religious epiphany staring at the bottom of, a billion-ton monster.
Yep, exactly.
My life has a purpose.
All right. Anything else you want to tell us about your character?
No, I'm clear.
Okay. Let's go on to Elliot. You're next.
All right. My character is Fjord the Ranger. He is a wood elf, and he has lived in the wild wood or thereabouts for most of his life. He was a promising, typical wood elf trying to find his way. Ended up becoming the acolyte of the hypnotist Omicron, and things seemed to be going very well until one day. It's not sure if it was because of puberty or perhaps the work he was doing with Omicron, but all of a sudden anytime a tree got cut down, he could hear it scream in pain. And that was very... it didn't really help to become a hypnotist with that happening. So he had to leave his acolyteness with Omicron, and he vacillates between seeking solitude away from any danger to trees, which usually is deep within the forest, and going as far away from trees as he can, where there are no trees to hear. And that is Fjord.
All right. Sounds good. All right, Jace, you're up next.
All right. Let's see here. Kelsiran Carindel is a high elf wizard. He studied magic to start with in his scholarly life, but he had a passion for the stars, and he tried to pursue that in Concord, but he was expelled from the institute there, and he sort of didn't have a purpose for a while, but he sort of fell in with the court and became a sort of secret agent working to advance the Queen's interests, and I guess at differing times advancing the interest of any of the three elven races. And he's got a weird bit of business with his spell books, and he has a familiar, Wisp the Moth.
All right. And lastly, Joseph, tell us about your character.
My character is Lochte. He is a half-elven fighter. He is on his left half human, his right half elvish. He travels the lands trying to find as much information as he can about his particular situation and the individual histories of his halves.
All right. Okay, I spelled it with an A, with a K too, but whatever. Doesn't really matter so much. All right, so let's see what you guys are doing. I want you all to roll a d6 for each one of your icon points.
Cool.
And from there, I will decide what adventure I'm running today.
All right, just a moment. I have a little work thing to do.
So, yeah, for those of you who haven't used Roll20 before, you can either type in /roll and then your 1d20 plus whatever, or 1d6. There's also a dice roller. If you look on the left side, there is a series of icons in Roll20. One of them looks like a d20, and you can bring that up there. And you can just click on the dice, or you can do the advanced roller, however you'd like to do it.
I got a 3.
All right, you got a 3. Who is that with?
That's for the High Druid.
Okay. So you still have Prince and Elf Queen. So I assume that's Prince.
Yes, sir. All right, we're gonna give this a nice, good, solid red roll. Oh, you gotta be joking. All right. Anyway, there you go.
All right. So none of those can pan out. It happens sometimes. Still not quite working, Joseph.
That was a test roll. Of course, the test roll gets a 6.
Yep. There you go. That's the way the dice always seem to roll.
Yeah, right.
All right. So that's Elf Queen for Joseph.
No. First one was Emperor. Second is Elf Queen.
Okay. Got
3 for Emperor. 5 for Elf Queen.
Okay.
And 6 for Conflicted Prince.
Okay. How about
It's weird. I run a home game through Roll20, but I roll all of my own dice. Like, physically.
Yeah.
I've got macros, so I don't have to. It's easier, at least I find.
I'm just trying it out. I'm rolling about as well as I do with regular dice, so.
There's no
Alright.
possible. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, Jason David, how are yours coming along?
Let's see. Does this work? Sweet.
That worked. All right, so Dwarf Lord. I think I know which one I'm doing. Dwarf Lord.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know exactly.
Sorry, guys, I'm testing my little macro-y things.
Okay. That's not a problem. So we've got 6 Prince, Dwarf Lord.
No, I don't think I did that right. Let's see.
I don't know. It seems to be correct.
And I typed in /roll1d6 and then space.
No, you did it right.
So then I really got 2 6s in a row.
Yep.
Certainly plausible.
You don't know me.
And you still have 1 left. You still have the Priestess.
Yeah.
The Roll20 dice roller can be particularly swingy.
It can be, especially if you're rolling a lot in a short
All right.
time.
That makes me feel better.
All right. Jace. Okay. 1, 3.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I know which one I'm doing.
Oh, wait. Okay, that's good.
Okay. Ooh boy. Let's see. I gotta actually write the down. So let me scroll back up. So nothing for Fjord. Positive.
Nothing for Fjord.
Nothing for Fjord. Poor Fjord.
Yeah.
He's just not having a good day.
No.
6, 6. Six. Okay. All right, you guys did really pretty well on your icon relationships. With 5 that are meaningful in some way. So, if this were an ongoing campaign, what this would mean is that this particular adventure or this particular session would focus on the Elf Queen, the Prince of Shadows, the Orc Lord, and the Dwarf King. And to some small extent, that will still be the case. But given that it is a demo, I can't really delve super deep into all those. However, that being said, let's go ahead and get started. So, all right. You all are near the village of Cario, which is over, if you look on the map, you'll see me pinging. It's a bit to the west of the Queen's Wood. You are near a village called Cario here. This is an area that's a frontier of the Empire. There's a lot of forested communities around with elves, gnomes, halflings, that sort of thing. It's pretty far away from the protections of the Imperial Legions, yet it's close to the Queen's Wood, so it's not completely unprotected, but it's still potentially pretty dangerous when the goblins or kobolds start to cause trouble. So we're going to go around the table, and I'm going to ask each one of you why you're either going to this town or passing through this town. What are you in this area for? So we'll start with Joseph. We'll start on my right and left this time. So why is Loch T in this area?
I am dropping off a sealed package in a hollowed-out stump on the outskirts of town, and then heading into town to retrieve another sealed package from the bottom of a drainage grate.
Okay.
On behalf of the Prince of Shadows.
All right, sounds good. Jace, what about you? Why is Kelserin, or did I pronounce that right?
Yeah.
All right. Why is Kelserin around here?
I don't know. Could this be like an interagency thing? Could I be dropping off the package that he's picking up?
Yeah, it could be. Or no, let's not go that way because you're traveling together, so that wouldn't make a great deal of sense in this particular case. So it could be that instead of why you're coming here, why are you traveling with these guys, with this motley crew?
I imagine that it would, in some respect, be to further someone's agenda within the court. So, as to specifics, I'm not sure who the movers and shakers are in relation to these guys.
Maybe, let's see. Maybe you've heard that there's been attacks on elf villages in the area, and you've, as an agent of the court, you're kind of duty-bound to investigate.
Sure, that makes sense to me.
Okay.
Anyone who nearby who wants to aid these villages, I'm fine with working with them.
Okay. What about Elliot? Why is Fjord around here?
Well, Fjord had gone to beseech the elf queen to cease her associations with those who would destroy more of the forest. But she would not meet with Fjord unless he proved that he was worthy. She had not heard of this strange wood elf, and required that he do something on her behalf. And so here he is defending, trying to defend an elf village.
All right, that makes sense. So
And that voice may not come back.
David, why is Bertogi around here? Why is he traveling with these people?
What springs to mind is, visiting a forward detachment of Iron Breakers, guarding the frontier against the orcs. But I don't know if that works in with your shtick and stuff.
No, that works perfectly fine. There have been orc attacks around here. The Orc Lord has been increasingly active in this area, so that's not at all a problem. So it's a warm summer day, just a bit of a breeze. You guys are on the road to this village of Caria. You can smell the trees, the flowers, the nature around you. You're not in the forest exactly. You're kind of on the outskirts, but you're close enough that it feels very much like a walk through the woods. As you start to get closer to where you know the village to be, you pick up another scent in the air, and that scent is smoke. It's burning wood. Other things more than wood that have been burned. And as you come over a hill, you can actually see the smoke rising into the sky. It looks like it's coming from the village. The village itself is kind of a half traditional village, but half elven village. So a lot of the trees are inhabited. The roots have gnome homes under them, but there are also traditional homes spread out around the area too. Let's see. So as you start heading into town, you see a lot of distressed people. You see scorch marks on the trees and the homes. It looks like several have been burned down, but not a significant portion of the village. Just a few. Looks like a village of probably maybe 200 or 300 people at most. So it's pretty small. And of those people, it's probably maybe 5 or 6 that have been put to the torch or are in some way have been burned. So you head in towards what you assume to be the center of town. There's a tall, very large tree, like redwood style, that's from the the sheer size and prominence, you imagine this is probably some sort of town building, like a town hall, which is reinforced by the fact that there are a number of people kind of milling around in front. They look in considerable distress. Some are yelling at others. Some are just crying. Some are just talking to each other quietly. Others look like they're like they're arming up. So when they notice you, there's an elderly elf, in a red robe who claps and tries to catch everybody's attention, and just after a moment, the quiet spreads throughout the group, and the milling crowd out in front of this giant tree, and this elderly elf comes over to you, and he nods his head, bows slightly, and says, welcome, as it were, to the village of Cario. I am the elder here. I'm afraid you've come on a rather bad day. I'm not sure how much you want to hear this, but we were attacked by orcs earlier in the day.
Bratogi spits.
He looks over at Bratogi and kind of just nods and says, I understand the feeling entirely. These foul creatures came out of nowhere. Our scouts hadn't reported any war bands nearby or anything like that, but they came with the dawn. They killed several people, set houses on fire. They even took some people with them, kidnapped them for what I can only assume are... I can't even bear to say it. I'm sorry. What brings you to our town, travelers?
The defense of this town, so apologies for arriving a little late on that note.
You've been sent by the Queen?
Not in an official capacity as such, but as one of her subjects. I'd heard that there were troubles in the area, so I felt that it was my duty to do something, and clearly there's something to be done.
It is true. The Orc Lord has been quite active in this area for several months now. To this point, we've been spared any real problems, but we were expecting some sort of trouble, which is why we had the scouts out. But these orcs, either they came very swiftly or they came very silently, because we had no idea that they were coming. But I'm glad to hear that somebody is here to help in whatever capacity that might be. If the Elf Queen is sending help, then we will take it gratefully.
The Dwarf King sends help as well. Sorry.
We will take all the help we can get, Brother Dwarf.
As you should apologize for the actions of the Dwarf King.
Please. We have a common enemy here. Let's focus on the orcs, if we may.
I have come to defend this village. I was unaware that the orcs were already here, but my bow and my skills are available to you as well.
I appreciate your offer, good sir. I cannot thank you enough for doing so.
You may call me Fjord. I work for a living. I am no sir.
Then Fjord, as it were, then I thank you for your help. We are badly outnumbered by this orc foe. We don't have a standing army. We don't have a standing militia, and many of our defenders were wounded or slain in the morning attack. So I know it's asking a lot of you to help resolve this problem, but perhaps if you could just recover the townsfolk who were taken, that would be sufficient to get us through this immediate crisis.
Perhaps if we were to enter your chambers, we could discuss in detail the information you may have about these orcs and where they may be.
Please, come inside. Come inside the hall. I'm sorry that it's largely being used for the wounded, but we should be able to have a little more privacy than we do out here. Not that I wish to keep anything from the rest of the town, but you are correct that we would be better served discussing this just within the five of us.
Yes, one never knows who might work with an orc.
Yes, I doubt that any of our folk would do such a thing, but you are right to be cautious in these trying times. So please come inside.
You nice folk go on ahead. I will be right in. Just got to release the pressure down below. Don't wait up.
I appreciate your moderate amount of specificity.
Humans. Bertogi goes in.
So this is a very. You would think that being on the inside of the tree would be very cramped and crowded and not at all pleasant, but this is very light. It's open. It's airy. It's a single large room with the ceiling goes up very high. There are the branches are letting light in from the outside, and so it's got a very calm and welcoming atmosphere, despite the fact that there are probably a good dozen people on benches or tables in some wounded state. Some of them appear to be very badly wounded. Like a boy in green who looks barely old enough to wield the sword at his side. He looks like he's been very badly injured. Some are just scratches, scrapes, ankles, broken, that sort of thing. But go ahead.
Do I feel as if this tree is alive and well, dead and hollowed, or alive and in pain?
It is alive and well.
All right.
It is definitely not in any pain.
I touch one of the walls and listen.
It feels very healthy, and if a tree can be said to be happy, it feels happy. You're not sure, though. The pain is the only thing you're sure you understand from the trees. Everything else is kind of throwing darts. So no, it seems fine. So this elder leads you to the back, and says, "I'm sorry. Forgive my rudeness. My name is Sahrila, and as I said, I'm the elder here. As for what information I can give you on these orcs, well, what would you like to know?"
You say they appeared without any sort of trace. Are they able to escape without leaving any sort of tracks?
No, they were. We were unable to follow them, but we do know the general direction from which they left the village. As I said, many of our defenders were slain, so we couldn't exactly send them out to track these orcs down. But we do have a general idea of which direction they left towards.
And had your scouts seen any orcs before the attack at all, and if so, where?
Yes, the scouts had seen orc sign at various times over the last few months.
Yes, orc attack, the worst.
Yes, but they had never come terribly close to the village. They'd always stayed well away. The scouts reported that there weren't many orcs in those particular bands, so perhaps they were worried that they did not have the force of numbers to overcome our defenses. But they were found several times, several places around the village, north, south, east, west. Less to the east than other directions, as you might imagine. The Queen's Wood is not particularly welcoming to orcs.
Now, orcs are generally unpleasant and will steal when given the opportunity, but is there anything about your village that they might particularly like, or is there anything about the people who they stole that they have in common?
No, we're not a poor village, but nor are we a particularly wealthy one either. We're not particularly known for any individual crafts or anything like that either.
Relics of any kind?
No, we have no such things here. As for the people who were taken, the only common factor seems to be that they were on the outlying side of the village.
So elves, humans, gnomes, dwarves, all alike?
Yeah, it was a couple of elves, a human, and a couple of gnomes.
Perhaps the lack of any sort of formal militia was tempting enough for the orcs to select this village.
It was very possible. We could have been an attack of opportunity, or maybe they were, I hate to say, just refreshing their larders. They might just have been hungry and decided that we were the best place to collect their food from.
My character wouldn't know much about like strategy and tactics and terrain and such like that. Might anybody else? Because I personally am wondering, if this is on a strategically important piece of terrain, a hill overlooking a pass or a fort or anything like that.
Let's get a couple of rolls to see how much you know. So 13th Age is a D20 game, as you're well aware, I'm sure. And what you're going to do for a skill roll is you're going to roll a D20 plus an attribute plus a background plus plus your level. Sorry, I got kind of stuck. So in this case, we're going to have a couple of you who might have some knowledge of tactics to do some rolls. So we're going to have Fjord. You're going to roll Assassin of the Wood, because that's rather martial.
Sure.
I think we will also have Joseph, Lochte, and Traveling Caravan Guard. And let's make that as both of those plus intelligence.
Okay. So I'm pretty clear on how Assassin of the Woods gets added. I'm assuming I would also no, the icon relationship doesn't come into this.
No, not into this. This is just a skill roll.
So basically, my intelligence gives me no modifier. So
right.
Click and drag.
So 15 on the dice, and then you'll add your background and your level.
And I'm sorry, what?
Your background and your level.
My level is 2.
Yes.
So that's 22?
Yes, that'll be 22. And do you add everything in there, Joseph? That seems kind of low.
No, that's actually a 24.
Oh, you didn't add your level?
I did not.
Okay. Yeah, no, you're both fine. It doesn't seem this is a particularly strategic point. However, it is not very far from what could be considered strategic. Things of strategic value. There is a not a stream, something bigger than a stream, but not as big as a river.
Creek.
Creek. There's a creek wide enough that it could be potentially sailed down with flat-bottom boats.
Okay.
And there are a couple of hills which could be of value to anybody who was looking to venture into the Queen's Wood. So it's not that necessarily that the village itself is a strategic point, but it's close to what other people might consider valuable places to occupy or recon.
Okay. Thank you.
Does that, from what, well, let's see. Has the elf told us what direction they were coming from yet?
No, he hasn't yet. Yeah, I assume at some point you were going to ask him what direction it actually was, but...
Oh, sarsaparilla!
Saharilla, fjord.
I'm sorry, my ears are not as good for speech. I can hear the trees.
There's no concern.
That is good. What direction from whence these orcs came do you believe they did as such?
It seems to be that they left towards the northwest, at least initially. It is possible, of course, that they started that way and then changed directions, but the scouts reported that they went northwest for at least a mile, if not more.
So does this coincide at all with our shallow river theory?
Yeah. One of the hills is up to the northwest. You also have to pass the creek to go that direction as well.
May we have a moment, your liege?
Yes, by all means.
I've been eavesdropping on the outside of this conversation. I kind of just slipped in after taking care of my dead drops.
Okay.
Always a popular metaphor. I recommend that we do our own reconnoitering to determine the danger that exists here, as these are not experts in either the woods or in battle.
Agreed.
And
David, have
perhaps
we lost you again?
twist your cable, David.
Sacrifice something to the dark gods. Get your mic back.
And I don't think we need to spend time on it right now, but I feel as though we may find that questioning some of the survivors, if it turns out maybe there's like a special orc or something. So maybe somebody saw something that might be of use, but I think the faster we get over there and have a look-see, the better off we are.
If we can get their captives, they'll have had a much better opportunity to see what the orcs have going on, because they'll have been among them longer.
Right, but I guess what I'm saying is there may be some strategic advantage at some point before we even get to them of knowing, hey, there's a big dragon or something. I would think a dragon somebody would have pointed out. But.
Yeah, somebody would have probably already said that sort of thing. Not to mention that there probably wouldn't be much of a village left if there was a dragon.
Well, maybe he's cutting back.
But that being said, yes, it's certainly possible that there could be something else wandering around that's kind of leading these, whether it be an ogre or a giant or something like that. So anybody who wants to kind of go around and ask questions, go ahead and give me a skill roll for it. Pick whatever background you think is most appropriate. Add your level, and I think we'll go with charisma on this part. On this one.
Also, I have no bonus there, but I do have Acolyte of a Hypnotist. I think that probably could help me.
Yep.
So, all right, I look around at somebody who I go into the main hall where they're trying to heal people, and I look for somebody who seems generally like they saw some action, but they've already been mostly healed and they're kind of comfortable.
Okay. You see somebody who's dressed in leather armor. He's got his arm in a sling, and it doesn't appear that there's any other wounds on him that you can see. He's kind of dirty and smudged, but you don't see any blood.
And what is his race?
He's an elf.
Excellent. I
wood elf,
approach.
to be specific.
Ah. Do wood elves have their own language?
Not specifically to wood elves. There's an elven language in general, but not a wood elf language.
All right. Well, I speak to him in elf and elven, and
he nods his greetings.
What ho, good battle worn friend.
He just kind of shakes his head for a moment, and before speaking says, I heard you talking to the elder, at least a little bit. Are you going to be venturing forth to drive off these orcs?
I have been set the task on behalf of our elf queen to try to assist here. And so yes, I suspect we will Anything you can tell us will be of great help.
Well, I think the first thing to tell you is that I don't think there were that many of them. They came in the dark, surprised us, woke us up. They got past the scouts somehow, I'm not sure. But I don't think that there were more than maybe a dozen in this particular group. At least not that attacked.
I see. Do you think perhaps that magic assisted them in some way?
I think it is entirely possible, but it's for all their brutish violence. Orcs are very nearly at home in the wilderness as we are, so
Well,
they
of course I know this. I know about orcs just as well as you do.
yes. So it's possible that they stealthily approached the village and before they got past the line of scouts, and then it was too late.
Well, I promise not to tell the Elf Queen of your failure.
He looks taken somewhat aback and a bit alarmed at this. And it says, "Good sir, I apologize. What else can I help you with?"
Was there anything, and yes, perhaps you can make up for your surviving an attack without taking any orcs with you. Perhaps there is something unusual about any individual orc or other creature in the battle that you might remember. Think hard.
Because of the light, it was difficult to say whether any of them were particularly unusual. However, your question has brought to mind there was one of them that was larger than the others. Many orcs are large themselves, but this one towered over the rest, towered over anyone here in the village. Perhaps more than 7 feet in height, with a broadness to his chest that was commensurate with such a height. But beyond that, I find it difficult to relay any that appeared significantly different from his fellows.
All right. So you said I was going to roll a thing. I'm going to roll a thing.
Okay.
Give me something good. Give me something good. All right. So that would give me a 16 total. This is all acolyte of a hypnotist. I say this. Now I want you to think very carefully. I want you to close your eyes and imagine the smells and sounds. Was there anything else that was unusual about this giant orc?
He looks at you. He gives you a really odd look. But after a moment, he takes a deep breath and closes his eyes. And he's silent for a surprisingly long time. Even a minute sounds like... Even a minute seems to drag on forever when nobody's saying anything. But his silence stretches out for first 1 minute, then 2, then 3 and 4. After about 5 minutes, he finally opens his eyes, shakes his head, and says, There is not much more I can add. There was a very large orc. An enormous orc. He seemed to be giving the orders, but for all I know, he was just crying for death and blood. But there, as far as my memory goes, there were less than a dozen. I'm more confident in that, in saying that now. Whether this was a branch of some larger group, I have no idea.
Very well. Take comfort in that you will get another opportunity to avenge those who have been killed here this day.
I hope to do so.
I'll be looking for you. What's your name?
You have to ask it a name, don't you?
I should be more sympathetic, but I'm not.
Well, let me see. Yes, I am going to look up the generator, so I don't have to fix it.
Uh-oh.
My name is Karis, good sir.
Well, Karis, we shall meet again. Rest well.
I will do so, and I will do my best to protect the village while you are out.
See that you do better.
I promise that it will be so.
All right. I've had my fun.
After you browbeat this guy, who's already been wounded and probably seen some of his friends either get kidnapped or killed.
You're a bit of a dick.
If he's here when we get back, I'll be surprised.
Yeah.
Heroes, we make your day worse.
Well, you've either broken him or he'll be better. So we'll find out when you get back.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. So is anybody else going around and asking any questions? Any trying to figure anything out?
Well, do you think High Court Provocateur that would enable me to collect information from a populace?
Yeah, I think so. I think you're probably well used to having to get information from people. You know the right questions to ask, especially without upsetting them or even letting them know that you're asking certain kinds of questions. Ooh.
Implying that they've failed?
In this case, though, people are still pretty upset about everything that's going on. People are still kind of confused. They're in a daze. They're in shock. And your questions are a little too subtle for them to really give you any useful information. They still answer as best as they can, but they're not quite getting at the real meaning behind them that you intend.
Mm-hmm.
Could I try and tap into my understanding of human and elvish communities to ask what might be the most commonly used trail that the orcs might have taken away from town?
Yes, you can absolutely do that.
Alrighty.
Point of order. What is your charisma, by?
0.
Is it really 0?
It's 10, which is 0 mod.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, I don't think any of you have a charismatic character for this one.
I just figured since he's actually literally half an elf and half a human that might.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah. You ask around about the trails, but you don't phrase your question the questions very well, and you kind of end up confusing people about what you're talking about. They're like there are trails all over the village. It's half the village is in the forest, and you don't really get a lot of useful information. Even once you start to pack it down a bit, they don't give you anything that you probably couldn't have figured out in 5 minutes yourself.
Alrighty.
All right. So after a little while, Saharilla comes back over, finds, let's see, who's he probably find? Who hasn't gone out? All right, so he finds Jace. Finds Jace. No, probably because he's a high elf too. Finds Jace and says, I'm
not a dick.
It's something that's difficult for us to part with, especially in current circumstances. But if you're venturing out into the forest after these orcs, I think you need them more than we do. Or, God's willing, you won't, but I have the feeling you will. And he hands you a leather pouch. And in this leather pouch are 3 healing potions. You-
I assure you that we will make good use of these in order to bring your captive townspeople back to you safely.
I appreciate everything you're about to do for us. If you need to use them yourselves, then by all means they are potent. But hopefully you will be able to just use them on our captive townsfolk. I expect they have been treated poorly at the hands of the orcs, assuming that they're still with us at all. But
A safe and unfortunate assumption.
But God's willing, some of them may still yet be among the living, and those potions will help you keep them there.
Right. Well, my thanks, and I believe we'll be leaving very shortly in order to set about this task.
I think that is wise of you, as we don't know where these orcs are camped, and I doubt that you would like to encounter them after dark. So
Correct.
it's getting, at this point, you guys rolled into town kind of mid-morning, like 10 or so. It's after everything you've talked about, every wandered around. It's getting towards like the 11:30 noon hour.
All right, so we're all agreed, a nice lunch, and then we go save everybody, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the by, I was figuring that, I mean, I didn't say this because, you were talking to other people, but I figured that Bertoki was, rotating between trying to, heal people non-magically, comforting people, praying over the dead, and trying to refit people's armor.
Yeah, I kind of figured as much. Since you were in the hall with the wounded anyway, you'd probably be doing your best to alleviate their injuries. So, anything else you guys want to do before heading out to follow the trail?
Do we feel fully equipped?
Yeah, you feel, there's nothing that feels like you really need to get for this particular jaunt. You're not heading into an underground tomb or anything. So
For the record, although I appreciate the GM's input, I wasn't asking for, are we magically ready to go? I was calling my fellow adventurers.
Okay.
You guys think we're gonna be back soon?
I suspect that we should not intend to do a full attack until we can get some kind of information about where these camps are, and so we should be as stealthy as we can.
Alrighty.
That's my take on it, anyway.
Alrighty.
All right. So if there's nothing else you guys are going to do, then it's off into the woods to follow the trail. So we're going to do this as a bit of a skill challenge.
All right.
Let's see. And what I'm gonna have each one of you describe a danger or obstacle that you run into. I don't want you to describe how you get past it. Just describe what the problem is. And then I'm going to go to somebody else, and they're going to describe how they're trying to get past it, and then they're going to roll a skill check. So let's see. We haven't started with David in a while. You're gonna start this party.
Hooray!
So describe, as you're following this trail into the forest, describe some sort of danger, obstacle, problem that you run into.
We hear rustling in the trees. It may be jaguars.
Okay. So, Elliot, there may be jaguars. How are you leading the party past this danger?
All right. So my strategy, considering that jaguars, like every other animal, are merely part of the forest, part of the landscape, we just need to sound and smell like something that they do not need to try to eat. And so I motion to my fellow adventurers and indicate to them to be very quiet, and then I seek out a path which would make us as stealthy and quiet as possible as we pass these rustling tree branches.
Okay, go ahead and give me a roll.
All right.
Let's make it plus dexterity on this one.
All right, so Dex is 4. Cool. All right, here we go. Add 4 to whatever this is. Ooh.
So that's 8 plus what? What? I assume you're using the Assassin of the Wood background.
So that adds 5 to that, so that's 13.
13, and then plus your level.
All right, so we're at 15.
15, which is just enough. So, despite it's been raining around here, and it's gotten kind of slick, and the grass is slick. There's mud all around. It's not very stealthy territory, but you managed to find a path that leads away from these rustling branches, and even your dwarf sidekick can manage to stay stealthy on the path that you've chosen. Yes, I'm sure as Fjord's perspective, you are the sidekick.
Barely.
Yes, but it's enough.
I'll kick you in the side.
I'll take out your knee.
That seems about right.
All right, Elliot, you get to describe an obstacle now.
All right. So at a certain point, the trail leads to this river creek sort of thing,
Mm-hmm.
and we have to cross it. But there appear to be there's some kind of a water creature is in the water, and it seems dangerous.
All right, Jace, how is Kelsarin getting the group past this?
Well, after taking a look at it, I can see that it's a giant fish, the sort that do like to jump out and swallow up adventurers. But I whispered to my little moth familiar, and we know this fishing trick that we've had to use a few times, and he starts flying up over the water, and the fish just starts taking off right after him, giving us enough time to get across.
Okay. Let's see. So let's have you roll.
Go, Mothra!
That's kind of a hard one. Let's have you roll expelled from the Astrology Institute for this. It's a trick you picked up there, and how to specifically get your moth to do things.
Right.
So let's do that plus wisdom.
Okay.
Best level.
Sorry,
And
for
level.
talking in everyone's ear.
Yes, and level.
So. Says it's rolling the dice. Ah, there we go.
19. All right. So you're familiar, maybe aided with a little magical cantrip, manages to distract this giant fish, this pike maybe, and
Sorry.
and kind of just lure it downstream enough for you guys to very hurriedly wade your way through the creek and get to the other side before your moth returns. So you guys you're good. You're 2 for 2.
Oh no.
All right. So now, Jace, you get to describe an obstacle or danger.
We come into like a bit of a clearing, and there is a massive treant just rolling around unsteadily, and it becomes immediately obvious that he's drunk off his trunk on mead, and he is not happy to see us.
This should be an interesting one. All right. So Lakti, how are you instrumental in getting the party past a drunk treant? Maybe a drunken violent treant. Maybe he's yelling for his ex, and since it's a pain thing, only Fjord can understand what he's actually saying.
Yeah. Can Fjord hear emotional pain?
Yes, Fjord can hear emotional pain.
Oh gosh.
Pulling
Such a good trip so far.
pulling upon his knowledge of elvish folklore, deeply in tune with the forest, I'm going to try and calm down this treant with a nice little elvish folk ditty. Sing him a little tune.
All right,
Change the
Let-
tune from angry to happy. Yeah.
let's
Now,
get
this
that.
is Does
with
the
charisma.
game have the ability for another character to provide an assistance to this? Because this sounds like something that Fjord would be on board with.
Yeah, I'll allow it. All right, so how about this?
Yeah.
When you talked to, what's his name? Karis in town, he warned you that sometimes the treants get a little unruly,
Mm-hmm.
and he gave you a couple of songs that they use in the village to calm them down.
Fantastic.
So when Lock T goes to do his ditty, you have a couple of suggestions for him.
Cool.
So all right, add 2
historical
to your
pursuits were
roll.
not in vain.
Yes, add 2 to your roll for this.
Choose the one that's about love lost. That seems to be the issue here.
Am I also allowed to add my background in amateur half-elven historians?
Yes, I think that's fitting.
All right.
That would get you into some folk music.
Wow. Darn.
That's even with the 2?
Yeah.
Oh wow. All right. You've chosen poorly.
Little tone deaf.
Whether it's because the treant is drunk or because Karis was a bit misinformed.
Or maybe that song
you-
Are
reminds
you playing a wooden instrument?
That was my friend.
Nah, my
And you
vote is
really
that
want
that
part
song
of it.
reminds him of his ex.
All right. So either way, you
song.
you made him really upset, and he lashes out not just at you but at everybody around you. So let's get a skill check to see if you guys can get out of the way.
Oh shit, that's the one where the orcs burned down the treants' homes. Oh shit.
Yeah. It's a
I just remembered.
yeah. You started singing the second verse. The
Dang.
second verse is a tragedy, and you forgot about that. So.
I think it wasn't so much a folk song as it was just a country song, so it was just super depressing the whole way
Oh, it's
through.
really depressing. All right, so let's get skill rolls from everybody to get out of the way out of this suddenly berserk drunk and pining for his ex-treant.
Pining. Ooh, that's a terrible pun.
You're welcome.
Is he pining for the fjord?
It might be. It depends on if he hits him or not. So go whatever background you're rolling, whatever you feel is best for avoiding a physical attack, confrontation, and then add dexterity or strength.
Dexterity was my choice.
So roll away, guys.
Do we also add a level?
Yes, plus level.
26.
All skill rolls are going to be the same basic breakdown, which is level plus. Oh boy, did you get?
You're kidding. These dice. These damn dice.
It's always going to be level plus attributes plus background, unless I specifically ask for just something, just an attribute check. So let's see, who are we missing? We're still missing. Oh, there we go. So fittingly, the only person who gets smacked by this is Lock T. The rest of you were kind of standing a little bit back because you're like, all right, let's let this guy go do his singing thing, and then you really appreciated being back just a few steps when the treant went berserk. So let's see, this is going to be an attack against Lock T. This is going to be against your physical defense, and that's going to hit. I don't even need to ask.
Wow. He got you good.
That would have hit an epic level character, I'm pretty sure.
Ugh.
And you will take 11 damage before you get out of the way. and the rest of you scramble immediately. That once the swinging starts, you just run like hell to get out of the way.
Now, to be completely fair, I am still paying attention to what's happening to this tree end.
Oh yeah, you're still keeping an eye on it, but yes,
Oh, yeah.
you're out of being smacked with a branch range. So,
What are you going
are
to
you?
talk to?
Oh, man. Amateur historian. A real historian would not have made that mistake.
Well, apparently he's a real critic.
Ugh.
Drunk people always are.
Ugh.
All right, so moving onward, you follow the path some more, and then you run into something else. Joseph, what is that something else?
That something else is going to be a blockage in the path. There is a wall of vines that quickly encompasses the path in front of us, and to the sides of very thick vinage.
Okay.
The path behind us suddenly seems to stretch back for miles further than we can see.
All right. So with that in mind, David, how is Bertogi getting everybody past this?
Well, I'm thinking that the Forge, what was it, Forge Priest? Room
Yes.
Priest? Yeah, the Forge Priest thing has, a lot of experience in, setting fires in order to stoke the forges. So I think we'll try to, burn down the vine wall.
So let's.
Just to be, so that I'm totally clear on this, are there trees here?
Just
I don't know.
vines.
All right, just vines.
I do like the image of the dwarf turning into the 2.5 elves that make up the rest of the party. It's just like, we're cool with me burning this down, right?
All right, any of you guys got oil and tinder twigs? We're gonna burn this.
All right, let's get a roll for this. Let's do wisdom on this, knowing enough about the wilderness to know where to light them, so it doesn't go completely wild.
It's also knowing the nature of fire.
Yes, that too. So let's do Forge Priest plus wisdom plus level. 19. 19 is good enough. So you set a couple of small fires, and you're expecting it to take kind of a while to burn through, but it seems that these vines are part of something alive, and as soon as about 5 minutes have gone that they're on fire, they start to wig out and then pull back completely. You don't see where they're going, but that's probably a good thing, you think.
I cage a light off of one of the burning parts and start smoking a pipe.
All right. It's got a richer flavor than you used to. This is the good stuff now. All right, so you follow the trail for a little while longer, and up ahead you can hear sounds. You can hear the sound of burning. You can hear voices that it doesn't take a lot of effort to realize are orcish. You can smell smoke, and it's definitely not from the fires you've just set. This is coming from ahead, given the way the wind is blowing. And you can see that there is oh bloody hell, I can't even remember the term for it. There's a small depression in the forest that's surrounded by rocks and trees, and
It's a tree end. Give me.
and so you guys come into just this clearing, just enough to see that there are a number of orcs, and it looks like the prisoners all still maybe alive. Looks like they've been stripped down, and there's a large bonfire that's going. It doesn't look like it's got as hot as it could be, which is maybe the only reason that they're not cooking those prisoners right now. But let's get you guys moved to the map.
Yes. Let's throw down.
All right, so this is what you guys, you may want to zoom out. This is what you guys are seeing. You guys are coming in from the south, and let's start getting some character tokens on there to represent you. So we have an elf ranger.
Do you have any of my old tokens from the weekly game?
I probably do, but I've got tokens already set up for the demo, so I'm just going to use those.
That works.
So you guys are going to be down to the south. Let's see. Ranger, High Elf Wizard. Half Elf Fighter. Come on. There you go.
Half a fighter, come on down.
And where the hell is the cleric? There we are. So you guys, if you don't see yourself, you are down in roughly the southwest corner. And let's get let me move you forward enough. So let's take a few minutes break while I get this set up.
Cool.
Everybody can go get something to drink, go to the bathroom, get a snack, sacrifice something to the dark gods for your dice, whatever it may happen to be. So take about 5 minutes, and we will resume then. Cool.
Alrighty.
There's 28. Where the hell is it? Oh, there. That was great. All right, we've got that set up. Now I'm going to go do something. I'll be right back. Alright, and I'm back. Let's see if we have any Q&A. Twitter handles, Enrique. I'll do that one at the end. I'll have everybody go over what they're doing on social media. And that's the only question. I'll leave it.
Who, what? What questions?
There's a Q&A app for Hangouts, live Hangouts, where people who are watching it can ask questions or make comments or whatever. And we had one that was just asking the Twitter handles for people.
Yeah, no Twitter here.
Yeah, I'll ask at the end before we sign out if people want to share their social media information so they could be followed or whatever.
Cool. Hey, I have a question.
Sure.
I've turned on my air conditioning. Can you hear it?
No.
No.
I hear my air conditioning.
Not appreciably.
Okay. Got a little warm in here, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting kind of warm here too, but I can't turn anything any higher without it definitely being noticeable.
Mm.
Right back.
So let's.
I am back.
While we're waiting, let's make sure that everybody can mess with their tokens. So you should all have control over your tokens, and I see that David already has. Yes. Make sure that you can adjust the hit points, which is the green. Make sure you can adjust them up and down. Or add that on it. Make sure that you can
spin.
No spinning. Stop that.
Oh, that's how you spin. Okay.
And that should be it. The blue is your recoveries. We'll get into that in just a second.
Okay.
Elliot, if you could make sure that you can move your token.
It appears that I can.
All right, and make sure you can adjust your hit points and stuff. Hit points are going to be in green. Recoveries are going to be in blue.
That seems all to be working, and there's nothing in the red zone.
Yeah, you guys shouldn't have anything in red. For the most part, you usually don't need it. Sometimes some characters will, but it's usually not that important. So let me move you all back over here. And we're going to go into the mechanics of a short rest really quick. So at some point after you followed the trail, but before you got here, you decided to take a short rest.
Perhaps when I was burning down the vines?
Yes. Sure, at least 5 minutes anyway.
That would work just well, just fine. And let your compatriot Lochte maybe recover from the beating that he took at the hands of a drunk and depressed treant.
And I got my ass whooped.
Yes. Your ass and everything else, too, because it's a fucking treant. So the way that a short rest works is that you can spend a recovery, and you roll a number of dice equal to your level, and you get that many hit points back. What dice you roll depends on your class. In this case, I believe
Fighter D10s.
D10s, yes.
Nice.
So he's going to roll 2d10.
The odds are good.
And add here his con mod, and he's going to get that many hit points back.
For each one, or
total?
Just so +2 or +4?
+2.
Alrighty.
So you'll heal all the way back to full with that.
Alright.
In combat, there are different ways to heal, but we'll get into that a little bit after we've actually gotten into combat. But I wanted to stop with the short rest real quick. If you're below half health, if any of you were below half health, like you really screwed the pooch on your rolls to get here, when you take a short rest, you have to spend recoveries in order to get above half. The half health is called staggered, It's similar to Bloodied with D&D 4th edition. But that's the short rest. It's and if there's any powers that you would have had to recharge, you would have also potentially been able to do it then. But that's not relevant for right here. What is relevant for right here is that there are a bunch of orcs, and there are a bunch of naked, tied-up people who may or may not be alive. Kind of right now, they're just kind of getting a little seared, just being a little too close to the fire. But pretty soon they're going to be chucked in to get a little more well done. So,
Okay.
So they haven't noticed you. They have no idea that you're there.
So the first thing is, can I see this supposedly ginormous orc?
Yes, it is. It is this one right here. It is a very large individual.
Okay.
But definitely it looks like an orc.
Yes, it's definitely an orc. If you saw it in the dark, you might mistake it for like an ogre or something like that, but it's definitely an orc.
And what did they appear to be doing? They're just doing preparations, or they're doing a chant? What's up?
Some of them look to be like they're just hanging out. Some of them look like they're getting ready to chow down on some food. But they all seem pretty relaxed, all things being equal. They don't seem terribly concerned about anything. Do any of you know? Do any of you speak Orc?
I doubt it.
Probably.
It's not on your character
no.
sheet. This is just. Would your character speak Orc?
Yeah, probably again only insults.
Yeah, I don't see why. I mean, yeah, I don't see why my guy would speak orc. I do have one question before we go on. Where is the cage with the people?
Yes.
It's going to be like right here. I didn't have a token for it, but
Okay.
I can put somebody down. Let me put. Oh, I know what I do for this.
Can you see that I'm doing this?
That you're doing.
I drew some green stuff.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm gonna cover it up. This collectively represents everybody in danger.
Do you want to mark it with a lock icon?
Yeah, I guess we can.
Just lock down Luigi right there. I'm sorry, wait, who is that?
That's
I don't
Luigi.
No,
That's
that's Luigi.
Gotta be Luigi.
But in the context of the game, is that Luigi?
No. Well, maybe
There
one of
might
them.
be a guy named Luigi. Yeah.
I'll tell you this now. Normally I would wait till afterward. There are 4 different scenarios that you guys could have ended up doing. They're all based on video games. So if you'd done the one that was the Super Mario one, you would have actually been on the whole thing. Actually, I'll leave this. They don't like
There is a reason to have Luigi in the...
yes, I've got Luigi actually in there for a reason.
That's
The
amazing.
Lizardman? What?
Yes. So yeah, that's the Super Mario one. I'll let you guess which one you guys are in right now. It's not going to be super easy.
Pikmin.
No, not Pikmin.
Hmm.
Yeah, let's see. This bonfire. Capture the peoples. Stowing away.
It's not as obvious as it normally might be, but there are some hints.
Donkey Kong.
Yeah. I don't got anything yet. I'll keep my eyes out for clues.
All right. Either way, the Luigi represents collectively everybody that's been
Capture it.
captured.
Alright.
So, you guys can. They haven't noticed you. Which one of you said that you understood Orcish insults?
Me?
Okay, so you understand they're insulting someone, and you kind of get the feeling that they were insulting the the defenders of the village.
Hmm.
It sounds like rude jokes, insults, and you can't think of anybody else who they might be insulting. So from the context, as best as you can understand, it looks like they're bragging, boasting about how they beat the crap out of some puny elves and are about to eat their friends.
Tough orcs, yeah.
How far away is the tree ant?
The tree ant's pretty far back at this point.
All right.
It's a few miles back.
Yeah.
It's starting to get into the late afternoon here. It's probably 4-ish, 4 maybe 5.
Here's my thought. Whisper, whisper, whisper. I think we should try and draw as many of these off somewhere into the forest, wherever we are, and someone stays behind. We can get them all to run and tries to release those prisoners. What say you?
I say we attack, overrun them while they're,
Really?
hanging out around their fire.
Really? Well, there's 8 ogres. One looks to be some kind of an archer and a giant one, and you think the 4 of us will.
There's 8 orcs. Orcs.
I understand.
I mean, you're a poncy little elf, and you probably count for at least 2 of them.
Look, any elf is a match for at least 3 orcs. Let's not get into the discussion because it's going to be a fight about how many a dwarf can take.
Yes.
You're maybe half human, but you can definitely take 2 easy. Come on. Now the math checks out here. We should be able to handle this.
And again, if we attack before they're ready, we can gain momentum and sweep them before us.
I agree. If we are going to attack, we should do so sooner rather than later.
Now I will say, if we do draw them over in this direction, I do have the ability to teleport as a high elf, so I could possibly spirit myself over to these rocks here and then dash up, try and free the prisoners while you, dispatch of these horrible things.
Can you bring someone with you?
I'm afraid that I cannot.
Well, once you release the prisoners, then you can flank them.
Well, yes. I mean, even while I'm trying to free them, I should have some time to cast off a spell or 2 to help you out.
I think I can get them. I can lure them. I can get them all to come over here, or over, to this area. How do I do that ping thing?
Click and hold.
Click and hold, yeah.
There we go. Okay. Yes, I can probably drag them or get them to come over to here easily enough.
All right. I think that would be wise. So basically, a combination of both of the plans.
Yeah. Yeah, we can funnel them into that bottleneck. I assume that's a bottleneck, right?
Over here.
Somewhat.
Right.
They'll still be able to push through this bush right here.
Okay.
It'll kind of slow them down a little bit.
Hey, that's fine. So, shall we begin?
I believe I'm ready.
All right, so
my bow.
Let's get some skill rolls to see how well this is going to turn out. And if it all succeeds, if at least 3 of you succeed, you'll get an ambush, which I'll describe how that works, assuming you do it. So,
okay.
So Jace, you were going to go and you were going to flank. You were going to basically teleport over and try to.
Well, after we've gotten them to move, though.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, well, whatever. Actually, never mind. Ignore me for now.
Well, in that case, it's not really so much of an ambush, so we'll go straight up.
Right.
So, but we will have a skill roll for getting all of their attention. Let's see how well you can do it.
Well, I have a thought about that.
Yeah.
So I have a positive, relation or positive icon roll thing with the Orc King. I am a priest of Moradin.
Mm-hmm.
Could I say, stand on top of that rock and shout, strike fear into their hearts by displaying one of the stalwart foes that they know shall smite them?
Are you sure you can climb that rock?
I'm a dwarf. I can climb any rock.
Given enough time.
I don't think that breaking it and then burrowing beneath it counts as climbing.
I spend the next day carving steps into it.
Right?
Just for your grand entrance. Okay, yeah, I'll allow it. You can either use your 6 negative with the Orc Lord, or your positive with the Dwarf King. But either way, it's going to have roughly the same kind of effect.
Of striking fear into their hearts / getting them to come over here.
Yeah, not so much fear as really pissing them off.
You know what? That works just fine.
It's not terribly dissimilar when it comes to orcs. They're pretty much the same thing. All right. So
All right.
let's
That's
have it.
what he's going to do. Then darn it, come here, you. Why do you? I want to be in between those two spots. All right. Then interface. All right. Then I want to sort of be kind of in here. Can I be in there? In the trees?
And where now? Oh yeah. You can totally start there.
Okay. I want to get a little bit of a flank.
Yep, that's fine. So all right. So move Bertogi to where he's calling them out. All right, and now we will go ahead and roll initiative. So go ahead and roll it. Don't report it to me just yet.
What is the range of a bow?
You can shoot far. All right, let's.
I'm well within range. If I'm trying to shoot over here, I can shoot here.
Yeah, you can shoot there. They're going to be kind of far away, which means it's going to be a little bit of a harder shot.
But I'm a lethal hunter.
But you'll be able to do it. So let's get everybody added.
Oh, and we got I've got turn things I get to do and all sorts of fancy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're rolling. We're rolling a 20, huh?
Yep, 20, and you'll add your dex.
Lovely.
Plus your level. I've got to roll.
So when the orcs attack, will they go wah?
Not quite that kind of work.
And actually, I'm not gonna lie. When that NPC was talking about sneaky orcs, I'm like, shit, commandos.
All right, so let's get Bertogi. What's your initiative?
9.
Well done. Didn't even break the double digits. Kelsarin.
6.
You've made the dwarf look fast. Congratulations.
Holy biscuit.
Lochte.
23.
Nice.
And Fjord.
Also 23.
I'm going to say that Kelstern was trying to make sense of his spell book because this is the first time he's looking in this one.
And that's what slows him down.
Yeah.
Alright. So, top of the first round, escalation die is going to be at Frowny Face. I will explain this as we go.
So, I have this Elven Grace thing.
Yes.
At the beginning of each of my turns, roll a die to see if I get an extra standard action. At the start of a battle, roll a d6, and as the turns go on, it gets to be a bigger die if I succeed.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so do I roll a d6 now?
You will not right now, because it's technically not... Its escalation die is not at 1, and that's the earliest you can potentially do it.
Well, technically you can, but it's physically impossible to make the roll.
Yeah, you'd have to roll a 0 on a d6, and that's not happening. All right, but we'll go on to more of the escalation die mechanics when it hits 1, which will be after all of you have gone.
Well, what if you rolled the d6 and then it landed in like molten lead and then completely melted away?
All right. If you have molten lead at your gaming table, you have other problems to worry about.
Do you not?
Look, we all know how to...
The dwarf does.
Yeah. How else are you going to roleplay a dwarf?
All right. So this orc archer has been kind of he's messing around with his bow, like maybe he's gonna shoot something just because he's bored. He sees this hated dwarf pop up. He runs up and looses a shot at you. So this is gonna go against Bertogi. This is gonna go against your AC.
Okay. Which is 19 because I'm totally using a shield.
Yes. Not that it's going to matter because I rolled a 16.
Damn it!
So you're going to take 7 damage.
Could be worse.
As this orc pops a rather grotesque-looking arrow in your side. And then it is Fjord and Lochte.
Oh, wait a minute.
Fjord first. We'll do Fjord first. We'll go in alphabetical order.
Can I hit this guy from where I am?
For which guy? Sorry, Ping. Yes, it's going to be a far shot.
Okay.
Which means it's going to be a -2 to your attack.
All right. So I have Lethal Hunter. Once per battle as a free action, choose an enemy. The crit range of your attacks against that enemy expands by 2 for the rest of the battle. I assume that's numerical versus a 20?
Yes, so if you use that, it'll be 18 or higher.
Okay.
For your crits.
I would like to. Maybe I should use it against this guy, but I think the archer is relatively dangerous right now, so I'm going to use that against him.
All right, I'm going to put the skull and crossbones on there to indicate that he's your lethal hunter target.
Good. So now I roll a d20 plus 6 versus armor class.
That sounds about right.
A basic range attack. Now I also have double ranged attack.
Yes, and what that'll mean is that you reduce your weapon damage,
right?
And if your first attack is an even, you get to make a second attack, whether it hits or misses. So if you roll a 2, you're going to miss, but you still get a second attack.
Understood.
So roll away.
All right, very good. All right, and only the +6 for the attack is the only bonus I get on that.
Right. And that's actually going to be 2 less because you're doing this at long range.
Got it. All right, so here we go.
+4.
Roll.
All right. So you started this off with a bang. That's a crit. So before we get into the damage, go ahead and roll your second attack because that is a natural even.
Awesome. So, but I would know if this guy was down or not. Does he seem down?
He's not going to be down now.
He's not going to be down. All right. So I'm still attacking him.
Right.
So that would be a 16, I believe. Wait, yeah, 16.
16 is going to miss.
Okay, fair enough.
If it weren't a long range, you would hit, but in this case, it's going to miss. So critical hits are double damage.
Sweet. So do I roll twice or just double the result?
I usually just double the result. It's a little less rolling.
So this should be it. If I've done everything correctly. So that's 13.
Not quite. Since it's a double attack, you're rolling 2d6.
No, this is my first one. It's only the second one that gets reduced, right?
No, they both do.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Darn it. All right. Then that's this one.
It's still not too much different.
So 22 then?
Yes, that'll be 22. And it'll actually be 24 because you still do damage on a miss.
Oh, cool.
Yes. Since not every class gets to do that on a ranged attack, but you're a ranger and you do. So you'll do 24 damage to this guy straight up.
Nice.
And he looks...
Upset?
Yes. He looks upset, and perhaps more importantly, he looks rather severely wounded. You put that arrow like right here in his neck.
Nice.
So
that's what I'm talking about.
He's bleeding out. He's not in good shape.
You're welcome.
All right. Do you have anything else you want to do?
I think that's all I can do. Do I have a move?
Yes, you do have a move. Everybody gets 3 types of actions. You get a standard, you get a move, and you get a quick. And you can drop those down. You could trade in a standard for a move or a quick, or you can trade in a move for a quick. But I'm pretty sure you don't have any quick actions.
Yeah.
So all you can really do is move if you wanted to.
That's fine. I will change position. Can I get over here? Now I'm not going to go straight across. I'm keeping cover. Is there enough? Can I get?
I can't see where you're.
Oh, I'm there. Can I get there?
Oh yeah, that's not a problem.
Okay.
Movement is not on a grid, like 4th edition or 3rd edition or whatever. But you can use the grid that's on here as kind of a general idea of how much one move action gets you. So 5 or 6 squares, that's about a move action.
Okay. So I assume that since I fired twice, maybe the guy can figure out where I was, so I try to move like a sniper would.
Yeah, he's probably going to know where you're at. If he doesn't, then all the other ones probably are at this point. So
they know my general area, but I've changed my spot.
Yes. All right, Lock T, you are up.
Alrighty, I'm going to just settle out to over Nye. Pull out the short bow and try and make a shot at Raider 3 right there.
All right, that's also going to be a long shot.
Alrighty.
Good luck.
A 14 work.
14 will miss. And I'm pretty sure do not do miss damage on a ranged attack.
I do not.
All right. So anything else from Lock T?
No.
All right, the Orc Tusker. The giant orc lets out a ridiculous bellow and runs towards the hated dwarf. But that's all he can do, because that's a double move. Let's see. He's going to double move here. He's going to double move over here, double move here, double move here.
Right.
Double move here. Double move right around here. Actually, he's probably right. And let me see. That's actually not.
Right.
No, that is not correct. I have to fix something. There we go. That's better. Should have broken those up or whatever. So that's all their movements. And then Bertogi, you are up. You've got a lot of playmates around you.
Yes, I do.
None of them has actually reached you yet.
Yeah. Now, could I reach the Orc Raider?
Which one? There's 3 of them around you.
4.
4. Well, you'll need to jump down off the rock.
Oh, okay. So on that,
at least if you're hitting him with a melee attack.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking, that. Well, whatever.
Yeah.
All right. So Hammer of Faith, it's a daily. Now, but does it take a standard action to cast, or? Because like Shield of Faith, Bless, they specifically call out quick action to cast.
Close quarter spell. I'm gonna say it's a free action.
Aces. Then I'm going to cast Hammer of Faith.
Okay.
Jump down. And
all right, and we'll go in. No, actually, I'll let that go.
Say again?
I was gonna say because since you're moving past one monster to reach another, I could have intercepted you and stopped you right there.
Right.
But I'm not going to.
It was a heroic jump.
Yes, I'll allow it.
Yes. All right, so then.
But know that I could have stopped you, should I wanted to.
May do it in the future.
Yes. Yeah, it's something that a lot of players and GMs alike tend to forget about, the interception rules.
Yeah. Okay, so then, as a quick action, I would like to invoke Moradin for leadership and increase the escalation die by 1.
I hate that invocation. You You have no fucking idea how bad I hate that shit.
All right, do you want me to take it back?
No, that's fine. It's one of those whenever I see somebody make a cleric, inevitably they have the invocation of leadership because it's really good, and I will explain to everybody why it is really good right now. So the escalation die is now at 1. That means a lot of different things for different classes. Like for example, Elliot can, if on his next turn he'll have a much better chance of getting his Elven Grace. But for everybody, what it means is that you now add +1 to all of your attack rolls. Not damage, just attack. But this goes up every single turn at the start of the turn, and sometimes other times as well. It's kind of an indication of morale, of battle momentum. So this is he's doing his invocation of leadership, and you guys kind of feel inspired. You're now going to hit harder, or you're going to hit more accurately.
What you needed that? I just freaking nailed an archer. What?
Well, but it's also like they're falling right into our trap.
Yeah. So there are monsters and other things that can reduce it. Hold on just a second.
It actually would be really cool if you get a critical damage. If the rule was that that inspires people.
You know, actually, in 13 True Ways, there's the commander class. Hey, we can see it now. What's good?
Hey, look at that.
I'm revealing the horrible secret. You
Ah!
and Aaron are the same person. We've never been seen in the same room together. His mic goes off, mine goes on.
Crazy.
It's the Bruce Wayne clause.
Nice. Yeah. Anyways, but it's in 13 True Ways, there's the commander class, and that sounds like the sort of thing that they would have, where they do a crit and everyone's inspired or something like that.
Nice. Fun.
Yeah. But no, yeah, that would be a cool ability for someone to have.
All right. Sorry about that.
It'd be great if it was just a general thing where it's like anytime somebody does something awesome, everybody else kind of picks up their game.
Yeah. All right. So I got moved. I got my quick. Got my free. Now I have my standard, and that will be to swing, make an attack against the Orc Tusker.
Yep. Go for it.
All right. So it's.
Now that you've gotten everybody inspired, you're gonna roll a 1, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, that is my luck. All right, so it's.
He lost his medicine.
All right, so it's actually +5. Ah!
You are gonna miss though. I am gonna tell you that. You
Yeah.
didn't roll a 1, but you didn't roll enough. So you're still gonna do 2 damage. You're still gonna do your miss damage.
But I was really hoping that that I would be like, what D12?
Yeah. In this case, I think it's because you made your hammer flashed with light, and then you leapt at this Tusker, and he considered the dwarf flying at him for a second, and then he just took 1 step backward.
Yeah, sounds about right.
So, one thing I was going to say before I got interrupted for the escalation die, since it is an indicator of morale, sometimes the things you guys are talking about, where if you do something really cool, it might go up. As a GM, you can always do something like that. It's not necessarily encoded in the rules, but it's definitely something that immediately comes to mind. And on the other hand, you can sometimes start with the escalation die higher. Like if you ambush these guys, or maybe killed one in your first round of the ambush, maybe it immediately pops the escalation die up to 1. The GM decides you've hurt their morale. Conversely, maybe if these guys got reinforcements, it would go down again because your morale is negatively impacted.
Yeah.
For the most part, enemies do not usually use the escalation die. Some enemies will. Things like dragons definitely use the escalation die. Demons usually use the escalation die. But it tends to be the more important / powerful monsters that are doing that. So that is the escalation die in a nutshell, and that's the end of Bertogi's turn, and now it's Kelsarin.
All right, Kelstron's gonna jog over this way, and I think he'll pop off a ray of frost at this orc, because if he can free,
As much as that's awesome, we did have a plan.
yes, but
All right.
Oh,
But-
these guys.
way up here. Oh yeah, okay.
I'm sorry, I forgot to move those. So they should be there. They're up closer.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Because, all right, would I be able to get
You
over
can
here?
teleport any place you can see.
Any place I can see.
Yes.
So, for example,
I
perhaps here.
actually looked because I wasn't sure how far you can move. Once per battle is a move action. Place yourself in a location you can see. Oh, that is nearby your current location.
Oh,
Yeah, it has to be nearby.
This is probably as far as you can get with it.
Yeah,
All
that's what I was thinking.
Can't quite get over there. All right, fair enough.
All right, so I don't see any reason not to go ahead and use a spell then, since it's a move action for me to teleport.
Yeah.
If I can take out this guy, that frees Loki up to maybe.
You already moved once, didn't you?
Yeah, I did have a movement, so I will trade down for another movement in order to teleport over here.
Okay.
oh, I would have zapped him, but whatever.
Either way, it works. All right, so top of round 2, the escalation die is now at 2.
And now I'm gonna get stomped.
And the orc archer is up first. He's
Okay.
he's not in a happy place. He's going to shoot at. Give me a stealth roll, Fjord. Give me assassins plus dex plus level.
All right, here we go.
See if you can see you.
Oh, crap on a stick.
Not
All
on
right.
a roll.
3, 8, 12, 14.
Not quite enough. Close, but not quite enough. So he can actually, he knows where you're at. So he's going to he's going to move up, and he's going to take a shot at you. And this is going to be at close range.
All
So
right.
there's going to be no penalty. So this is going to be against your AC,
Which is 17.
and that means he's going to miss.
Yay!
Yeah. All right. So he misses. You kind of step behind the bush and feel the arrow pass by your cheek.
All right.
And then it is your turn.
Well, since he's still able to shoot, I am going to go after him again. This time I also am within range, yes?
Yes.
Cool. I don't get any special lethally thing. That's once per battle.
No, the lethal keeps. Wait a minute. Which were you shooting? The Tusker or the Archer?
Archer.
Okay. No, the lethal that still counts for the rest of battle.
Fantastic, until he's dead.
Yes,
Great.
until he's dead.
All right.
So you will still crit on an 18 plus.
I also have in my hip pocket this archery battle. Once per battle, I can re-roll a missed ranged attack.
Yes, with a +2 bonus and a +1 crit range, I think.
Nice. All right, we'll see how that all works out. But anyway, I'm going after him.
All right, so roll away. I assume you're doing double attack.
No,
All right.
I'm not.
All right. So what is your total here?
All right, so that's +6, right? That's just +6, so it's a 15.
Plus the 2 from the escalation die.
Right, so it's 17?
That's 17, which unfortunately is not quite enough to hit.
All right, but I can re-roll this.
Yes, using archery, you can reroll it.
I will do that.
And you will add, I think, in total 10 to this.
All right, here we go.
And your crit range is 17 plus.
Nice.
Huh.
Ah! Yeah, that works, right?
Yeah.
How does that work? Because I got 17 in the last one, but now my crit range is 17 plus.
You know, in all my time running this, I've never actually had somebody hit the crit range without actually hitting the AC. Let me look real quick.
I mean, in my mind, that would be a regular hit.
I'm inclined to go that direction, but let me look real quick.
I'm gonna look through my book as well.
Alrighty. I'm not.
I'm going to stare at my book, but I'm not going to look through it.
I will also stare at my book. It's right over there. There it is, just out of reach. Oh, if only I could get over there somehow.
So it looks like 167.
Yeah. What's it say? What's it say?
It's a elves are Ponzi and
And a dick.
I'm gonna say that it's a hit. I'm gonna say that it's a crit
All right.
because you've expanded your crit range, and a crit is a hit too. So
yeah.
Wait. So then.
wait,
what?
wait. Hold on just a second.
What?
That's all right. That's where we messed up. It's a natural 17 or higher.
Oh yeah.
Oh, is that true?
So yeah. So it's still a miss. All right.
Well,
but you still do.
my reroll.
You still do
do
miss damage.
All right.
That's kind of a bonehead move on my part. I should have known better, but whatever.
That's right.
All right, Lock T. You are engaged with one orc raider.
Oh wait, I still have a move though, right?
Oh yes, you do.
All right. Do they get opportunity attacks if I move this way?
In this case, he's not engaged with you.
Okay.
So you can still move freely. If he was engaged with you, if he was like right here a little bit, then you would have to roll a saving throw to try to get away freely.
All right. But he's there. Okay.
But you're clear.
2, 3. I'm gonna move here. That might be dumb. That's what I'm moving.
All right, and then Lock T. Now Lock T, you are engaged. Congratulations.
Alrighty, gonna drop the bow, pull out the long sword and shield in one swift motion, and make a slice at the orc in front of me.
Okay.
And that would be that would be +6, 15.
Does that include the escalation die?
Oh, I didn't roll my special 50 die.
Oh yeah, you didn't roll your yeah. Let's rewind a little bit.
That's all right.
Yeah, that's fine anyway. So 15.
Actually 17 with escalation die.
17 will hit.
Alrighty.
All right.
Roll the damage.
Alrighty, that's a D8.
2d8.
2d8.
Yes.
Because we're second level.
Oh yeah.
Knock him out, son.
16 damage.
16. All right. Describe how this one dies.
As I drop the bow, pulling out the sword and getting the shield out. As I draw the sword from the scabbard on my hip, I just bring it straight across and cut his head straight off.
All right.
And it just lands perfectly right back on his shoulders.
All right. Anything else from Lock T? You now have a free move.
That was a base 7 on the roll, so that activates
Natural odd. That's going to be
carve an opening, right?
carve an opening.
Alright.
It's the only natural odd, pretty much. But yeah, you can now move without having to disengage.
Alrighty, so I'm gonna move up. I'm gonna try and move up to the Tusker. Does that work?
Yeah, you can reach the Tusker.
Alrighty, and I'm gonna stop there.
All right. And now it's the Orc Tusker's turn.
Woohoo!
Question is, who does he want to beat the crap out of? I think he has to go for the dwarf.
Yeah. But is Lochte engaged to the Orc Tusker?
Yes.
Well, they've gone on a couple of dates.
But
It's going to be 21 versus AC.
Damn it.
Which is going to hit, and that's going to do 7 damage.
all right, so and this is totally fitting. I am going to use a free action to sneer at him and say, "Is that your best shot?" So I get to heal using a recovery, which is 2d8.
Okay. But I think you get half because the escalation die is only 2? Or is it...
if the escalation die isn't 2 or more. But it is 2 or more.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I can never remember if it needs to be 3 or what.
Right. Yeah, so I mean, again, from that reading, it's,
Yeah, no, you're fine.
Yeah, so I still take the -7 damage.
Yes.
And it's 2d8.
Plus your con mod.
Yeah, d8 plus 2.
Alright.
Damn it. So I heal 8, so, meh. I still get to snare at him.
Yep, pretty much. And then he is going to attempt to disengage. He needs a 12 or higher. He doesn't get, so he'll stay put. So for the disengage checks, when you're trying to get away from somebody, it's a basic saving throw, so it's a straight up d20. But you add 1 to the target number for every enemy you're engaged with. So the minimum it's going to be 11. But since this Tusker was engaged with 2 of you, he needed to roll a 12.
Nice.
As a note, Lock T also has threatening, so that's another -2.
Nice!
It really didn't matter at this point.
Just for reference.
And now things get dogpiley. This guy's going around. This guy's coming around. Alright. You guys have lots of playmates. We'll start with the 2 attacks on Ratogi.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 dice. These are going to be... That's going to be... No. So one is going to be 25, the other one is going to be 26. And actually, they're both going to be crits, so it doesn't really matter.
Really?
Wow.
Yes. Because they're Orc Raiders, their crit range is 3 higher until half the mob is dead.
Oh, well, shit.
Yes.
Looks like I made poor life choices.
Yeah, you just gotten crit twice, unfortunately, and then they're gonna actually pop free. As a part of their hits. So you're going to take 20 damage in total.
Wow.
2 hits of 10, if that makes a difference.
It doesn't. I used my nearing thing.
So but you're not dead, so you should be happy about that. But you are staggered.
Oh, yeah.
I used the red dot for staggered.
Right.
Then we'll do the next one on Lock T. That'll be 14, which is going to be a miss. 2 attacks on Fjord.
Come on, dice, be nice.
One is going to be 22, the other one is going to be 17.
So what does that mean? My armor class is 17.
All right, so so you're hit twice. So you'll take 10 damage.
All right.
And this will both pop free. No reason not to. And I think that's those are all the ones who are engaged. So it's Pratogi, it's your turn.
All right. So.
Woo!
And Shield of Faith. Quick action to cast. I will cast for broad effect. So. Now, for spells, nearby. How near is nearby?
Nearby is anybody you can reach in 1 move action.
Okay, so like 5 or 6 squares.
Roughly, yeah. So the only ally that isn't nearby is going to be Kelsarin.
That's what I figured. Okay. I mean, I was just making sure because that's how I interpreted it. 5 or 6 squares. So I want to be sure.
Yeah, when there's a grid, I usually interpret it 5 or 6 squares. Aside from that, it's usually you just have to give it a reasonable look. That's all you can really do in that respect.
Yeah. All right. So again, I will cast Shield of Faith for broad, whatever it is, effect. So myself, Lochte, and Fjord will all gain +1 to AC.
Yay!
And then as my standard action, well, I guess like move action will be move in to engage Orc Tusker, and standard action will be try to Warhammer him in the face.
Okay. I usually use blue for benefits, so you guys are reminded about it.
Okay. And
so smash away.
that +1 lasts until the end of the battle.
Mhm.
1d20 plus 4, 5. That's escalation die is still 2, so 6.
Right.
There we go. Does 18 versus AC?
18 will not hit the Tusker.
Gah! I hate him.
The Tusker is... he's tough.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And... Would I have had to use my move action to engage, or would just attack me?
You were still engaged before.
Sweet. So then, can I use a? Oh, that's right, I was. So then, can I downgrade my quick action? Sorry, move action to a quick action and heal myself.
Yes, you can.
Sweet, I can heal using a free recovery.
He'll use free recovery. Oh, cure light wounds.
Oh, wait a minute. Actually, you're right. I don't want to do that one.
So you just want to heal.
The yeah, which is also a quick action. Yeah. A twice for battle. Yes, heal using a recovery. Okay.
All right.
I should have gotten rid of my other recovery, so I'll do that now.
Yeah, and for this fight, I'm not too worried about you guys
Wow, 15.
running out of recoveries. And now that you've done that, I will point out that you guys do have 3 healing potions.
Yeah, but we should probably use those for the hurt, injured people.
I know. I'm just saying.
We're heroes.
If you're dead, you can't rescue anybody.
I'm not dead yet.
Not dead yet. Yet being your operative turn there. Anyway,
You'd be amazed at what you can live through.
Kelstrin, you're up.
Alright, I think Kelstrin will make a break, go ahead and use 2 move actions just to get up to the cage.
Yeah. All right. And yeah, you can get to... Yeah, that 2 move actions will take you there. And that's pretty much all you can do, unless you have a quick action you can use for something.
Do you have a quick action spell?
I do. It's Shocking Grasp. I don't think it's going to be useful at this moment.
Not unless you're zapping one of the... but while you are there, it looks like most of them are unconscious. They've been beaten pretty badly. Give me a skill roll for this. Give me your expelled from the institutes. Give me that plus wisdom.
Wisdom.
Plus level match.
That's what it was.
Oh, excuse me.
Hmm.
To your ill-trained eye, none of them seem in any particular danger of immediate death, but it's very untrained.
Yeah.
All right, and then top of the next round, escalation dies at 3. Orc Archer will shoot at somebody. At least it will after I put the escalation die down.
Oh yeah.
There we go. Let's see, who's he gonna shoot at? He's gonna shoot at Fjord. There's no reason not to. You're out in the middle of nowhere, so he's gonna shoot at you.
That was kind of my logic.
They're having an archery duel.
Well, yeah, at this point, at nearly point-blank range. It's a really good archer.
It's like that scene from Naked Gun where they're behind the trash cans, just like aiming at each other.
Alright, so he's going to hit Fjord, and that's going to do 7 damage.
Alright. Fine.
And then Fjord, you are up.
Alright, so let me understand how these recoveries work. Recovery is a quick action, a regular action. How does that work for me? I'm not a magician.
For you, in this, you do what's called a rally, and that's a standard action. And at that point, you just spend a recovery. No bonuses, no other monk things.
And would that mean I couldn't attack?
Yes.
Well, doesn't he roll his die now?
What's that?
Yes.
Oh yeah, thank you. I'm gonna roll my die now.
Thank you.
So roll the d6.
The d6.
Because I didn't make the first one.
3 or less.
Come on, die. Ha-ha! So
you
now
can-
I could do that.
Yes, now you have 2 standard actions. So now
Fantastic.
you can rally and attack.
I will
Rally. The first time you rally, you don't have to roll anything for it. You have to roll your recovery dice, but you don't have any other. It's automatic. The next time you rally, you have to make a saving throw to do it. So it becomes progressively harder to do the more you do it in a fight. But this one, just roll your recovery.
So it looks like it's 2d8 plus 1. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
All right. Which I believe is this. If I've done my work right.
Yep.
Come on. Yeah.
Nice.
12.
It's a good roll.
I will take it.
It's a well
All right.
above average.
So that takes care of that. And now I am going to do the double ranged attack against Mr.
Archer. You're
Okay.
fine.
Yeah, him. All right.
Make your first attack.
So this should be D. I'm going to try to do it the other way, see if I can get the whole roll in there, because I've been doing it this way. But so roll D20. Now this is just plus my attack, so that's plus 6.
Plus 3 more for the escalation die.
Aha.
So plus 9 in total.
All right. Here we go. So if I do that, boom. Come on. Yes.
That's actually a crit because you still have Lethal Hunter.
Nice!
So I will tell you right now that go ahead and roll your dice. Go ahead and roll your crit on this guy, and then we'll go from there.
All right. So this is the damage.
Yeah, this is your damage.
So that's the double ranged, right?
If
Because
you-
it's the D6s.
Yes. So if you don't roll a snake eyes, you should be fine here.
Thanks for that. How about if I roll that?
No, you're still fine. All right. So describe how this guy dies.
All right, so he's really upset at this half-elf archer, and he was just like so happy that he hit him that he gets ready to shoot his next arrow, and just as he does it, an arrow comes right in past his and into his eye, just right, and knocks him down. And you see the change in his face as he sees that arrow come in. He was so happy. As happy as an orc can be, and then he realizes he's done.
All right. So since you killed this guy with your first attack, you can make a second attack at somebody else.
Oh yeah! All right.
And I think you actually get a +1 bonus for doing so. +2 bonus.
+2 if it's against a different target.
Yes. So this one's going to be a +11.
Nice.
I would shoot at a raider, thin out the herd.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just trying to figure out. All right, so I'm going after this fella, number 2, I believe he is.
Yes. Okay.
All right, so you said +10, right?
+11 in total.
11. All right. Cool. I think this is right. Here we go.
Nice.
26 is going to be a hit.
Fantastic.
So go ahead and roll your damage.
So this is double ranged. So 11 damage.
All right. So describe how he dies.
Yes. This is just simple because this guy, he's a meaningless orc. It just goes right in the back of his head, and he's clawing at Lokti, but as it hits him in the head, it just like it hits his spinal cord, and his nervous system just fails, and he drops straight down.
All right. So
I just look over at you and just go, man, I wanted that one. I was so ready.
So the Orc Raiders
Don't
are
worry,
what,
there are more.
so the Orc Raiders are what are called mooks.
Mm-hmm.
And what that means is even though there are 8 of them out there, they don't have individual hit point pools. They all have a collective hit point pool. So if you'd done a little bit more damage with that, you would have actually killed 2 of them.
Oh!
Because it would have rolled over to the next one.
Well, that's a shame. Thanks for that.
There are still opportunities to do it, but since they have a shared hit point pool, it tends to make things interesting / weird. Because if you'd killed 2, I would have had to go on, all right, how did you kill 2 of them by shooting at this one guy?
Easy. Orc Raider 4 takes it in the face.
Yeah,
Probably would have
like
been over here. It would have just gone right through him and sort
Right.
of bounced off of him.
Mm-hmm.
In the meantime, I do get a move still, yeah?
Yes.
So I'm going to move here. Are you enjoying your chips?
Oh, sorry.
You're going to stand over the corpse of your fallen foe?
Oh, yes.
All right.
All right.
If you teabag him, I'm leaving.
I will do that on my own time.
Roll a saving throw to teabag correctly.
Critical teabag.
Yeah, but here's the other thing. You can either critical teabag success or critical teabag failure. You don't want a
that's a
critical
tough
teabag failure. Because at that point, the Orc Archer still has just enough twitch in him to do something unpleasant. All right, Lochte, you're
Anyone
up.
watching, you're welcome.
Alrighty, I'm going to turn away from my intended prey over to the Tusker.
All complaints can go here.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Alrighty. Going to declare this as a power attack.
Oh, yeah.
Alrighty. And...
Go Lochte.
Alrighty. Only a 14.
14 is going to miss.
Alrighty, but that does, as a odd roll, it does activate Carve again.
So you're 18 plus now.
Yep.
Eventually, someday.
And the miss and let's see. I do have feat and power attack, so I still get the damage on the
damage,
miss.
yeah.
Nice.
So I get 2d4 plus 2.
I feel so dumb now. So I just want to point out that if I had used my Lethal Hunter against one of the raiders, it would have
Mhm.
applied to all of them.
Yes.
Yeah, it's amazingly effective in that circumstance.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
I
I
realize
never thought of that's brutal.
That's
that
like
would have been pretty awesome.
Yeah.
That's like some Drizzt tier
Yeah.
storytelling stuff.
Yeah,
Well,
you can
I'm
really
bringing him into this.
you can really destroy mooks.
If
really
we
bad.
fail, then you can blame that on me. Because I could be whacking these guys all down.
It's still a very good chance that you're going to.
I'm
What's your bonus? Your power attack damage?
2d4.
Well, that's what I mean. Go ahead and roll it.
1 plus 4 plus 2, that's going to be 7 damage.
Seven total miss damage.
Nice.
So that's
And my crit range has gone up to 18, 19,
18.
and 20.
all right. Anything else from Lochte?
That's pretty much it. You can keep supporting his dwarf buddy.
All right. He's going to try to smack the crap out of you,
That's fine.
and is going to actually do so.
Oh, wow.
So that's
I'm
going to
going
be.
to heavy warrior.
All right. So you're going to take half damage. So you'll take 3.
Alrighty.
And then he's going to try to disengage, which he's not.
He's going to make a 14 on that check, I think.
Well, you rolled a 3, so.
Yeah. It's difficult.
Let's see. Piling on, piling on, piling on, piling on.
wow.
On,
Sorry.
piling
Oh,
Actually,
this
no.
is
Actually, no. At least one of them would have gone over the fjord.
It's got to. That was
this
kind
is actually great for me.
All right. So let's see. We'll start with Bertogi. And yeah. Okay. So you're gonna get 2 attacks. That didn't quite work out how it was supposed to, but whatever. That's going to be 23 versus AC.
Damn it,
24
you need
versus
to
AC.
stop rolling so high.
Second attack, which got screwed up. That's 17 versus AC.
That one misses.
Alright, so you're hit once, you'll take 5 damage. And he'll pop free. Then we'll do the 3 attacks on Lochte.
So remember, your AC is still +1. Well,
2 of them are going to miss, and 1 of them is going to crit. And you will take 10 damage. And he will pop free.
I'm going to use my feat on Heavy Warrior to pop Heavy Warrior on that.
Alright, so you'll take 5. And then the one on Fjord.
who also has +1.
Which wouldn't really matter anyway, because he's going to miss.
Yeah.
Wow, we could really just pop a Brazzers logo on Lochte right now, huh?
I'll be fine.
Alright, Bertogi, you are up.
Okay, so I'm still on that Tusker. Well, let's see here. You know what? I'm sick of these raiders, so I'm gonna try to I'll feint at the Tusker and then try to hit the raider, which means I'm attacking the raider. And let's see here. My base attack is +4, and the escalation dice is 3. So. 4. Damn it! I should have attacked the freaking Tusker.
Alright, but this should still be interesting.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll your damage, because you're rolling d12s.
Yes, I am.
So the chances of several Orc Raiders dying are very high.
So, 40 damage.
So, yeah. Let me see. So I know how many... Alright, I need to zoom out, because I need to see how
So I've got this really good scheme. We'll pool all our damage together. It'll make it way better for each of us individually.
Alright, so what I'm thinking is that...
Hold on.
Right, so
Hold on, I have to decide which ones are dying, and then you have to decide which ones are sticking around. Alright, so...
Guys, my 13th age rulebook just spontaneously combusted.
Describe how you killed those 4 raiders.
I'm sorry, which ones?
You got this one,
Uh-huh.
this one,
Uh-huh.
this one. Actually, no, it's this one,
Right.
and the one behind you.
Okay, alright, so Orc Raider 4. Alright, so remember when I said that I was fainting at the Tusker? You know, so he withdrew a little bit and accidentally ended up stabbing, you know, the guy behind him. Orc Raider 4, you know, when Bertogi was coming back, you know, just landed the solid shot right in the ribs and, you know, just pretty much, like, folded him in half. And spinning around, he drew a knife off of its body as it collapsed to the ground and pitched it into Orc Raider 6's throat. Seeing that, Orc Raider 5, you know, he was a little bit taken aback, and Lochte, sensing his foe was a little bit, you know, distracted, smote his head from his shoulders.
I do like my decapitations.
Decapitations are always the kind of the go-to.
Mm.
It's the traditional half-elven style of fighting.
After a while, I make everybody not do decapitations because I get tired of it.
Fair.
But either way, for this is fine. Anything else from Bertogi?
Let's see here. Oh yeah, yell at the Orc Tusker. You're next. In Orc.
Alright.
And call him a goat sucker or something. I don't know. Some other orcish insult.
Alright.
Your mother refused to have sex with goats.
Yeah. Wait, what?
Confused.
Kelsterin, you're up.
It's an orc insult.
Alright. How sturdy does this Luigi look?
The Luigi doesn't look super sturdy. You can tell that they just kind of threw it together.
I mean, I carry a dagger. Would I be able to... Is it like ropes? Is it sticks tied with rope?
Yeah.
Sort of thing? Alright, I'll maybe slice through a corner thing so I can just kind of pull it apart at the corner so that people can crawl out easily. It'd be hard to crawl in, but
Yeah,
it's
no,
sort of like a...
That's fine. We'll call
With
that
that.
a move action.
All right. Are they all unconscious in there, definitely?
It seems that way, yeah. The ones who aren't unconscious are in no shape to really move.
Okay.
So if they're not unconscious, then they're in a bad shape.
All right. Then I will go ahead and toss off a magic missile at an orc raider, because that can be far away as well. So, and that's just immediate damage.
How much?
3 damage.
Describe how he dies. You just hit the threshold.
Wait a minute. I got a question. Hold on. Is that one the bonus or is that one the dice? Well, you rolled 2d4, so I'm wondering where the 1 comes from.
Well, that's one of the d4s.
Oh, I see. They're both d4s. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Oh, yeah, duh. All right. Sorry. I was like, how is that possible?
I'll say that the magic missile flew through his knee, and his leg just sort of folded in on itself. And as he fell to the ground, he lost his grip on whatever his weapon was. Is it like an axe, maybe?
It's kind of a crude sword more than
Crude
anything.
sword. All right. It just went flying up into the air, and then it swung down, and then gutted him and pinned him right to the ground there.
All right. Sounds good. Just a sec. Since the Ennies are going on as we do this, I had to post something regarding them.
Yeah.
For those of you watching this later or watching at home, Ashlaw won Silver Ennie for Best Free Product for the Archmage's Orrery for
Nice.
13th Age. So congrats, Ash. I know it's well deserved. If there's anybody who works harder on 13th Age, I can't name them. So, all right. Anything else from Kelstrin? I'm not sure you have anything else you can do.
I mean, I could still always shock the cage, but again, that cage hasn't. I don't feel anger towards Luigi, so.
Yeah, Luigi hasn't done anything to you. I mean, he's picked on all the time anyway.
Yeah, Luigi #1. That's, as far as I'm concerned, the year of Luigi never ended.
All right.
You guys never played Superstar Saga, where he's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
He is really good at Superstar Saga. I really like that game.
Powers.
Yeah, that would be kind of ironic in that case. All right, so top of round 4, the escalation die is at 4. The Orc Archer, which used to lead off the turns, is now dead. So Fjord, you are now up. And thanks to a timely spell from the wizard, you are no longer even engaged. And
Nice.
you get and now you get 2 actions anyway.
Awesome. Let's see what happens. So if I have 2 actions, is that 2 attacks?
You can, yeah.
Okay.
Well, it could be
I don't know if I
4
need them.
attacks, couldn't it?
What's that?
Couldn't it be 4 attacks? Or is it only the
Uh,
first attack that he can split?
you know what? I'm going after Mr. Tusky Tusk over here. He seems like he should be shot at.
Yes.
All right.
So I'm double ranging, as is my default.
Okay.
And
And the escalation die is at 4, so now you're adding 10
nice. All
to
right.
every attack.
Wow. All right. Well, we'll do this anyway. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. That's right. So, do. So, okay. Plus, da-da, da-da-da-da, da-da. All right. So 21, natural 11.
21 it will hit.
Yay!
That is, in fact, what you need to hit.
Good
Oh.
lord.
Alrighty then. So then I do a double ranged attack damage.
Yes. So that's 11.
11. Now I'm going to do my second attack on my first action.
He is now staggered.
Awesome. And for my second attack, it's the same guy, so I don't get any other bonus, so it's still just plus 10. Yes? Confirmed?
Yes. Sorry, I must have broken up.
That's right. That's not enough, according to what I understand.
Yes, 18 will miss, but you do miss damage, and since it's a natural even, you get to make a second attack.
Wait.
I thought this was the second attack.
This is my second attack on the
first action.
This is the second attack on the first action. Wait, did I
Oh,
not?
yeah, no, you're right. All right, sorry, my bad.
Oh, okay.
No, you're right. So, yeah, you still have another standard action.
Hold on, wait a minute. When you are in attack with range weapon, does not need to be reloaded. You fall down to make double. Do for weapon damage. No, the first attack natural even. Oh, okay. So no, actually, this is my second action because I didn't have a natural even on the last one, did I? It was 11 on the last one. So
yeah. So this is the first
of the second action.
Yes.
So it's a miss, but I still get the damage, right?
Right. You do miss damage.
Okay, and
And you get your second attack.
All right, there we go. I'm learning.
That's it.
Awesome. So that's double ranged. Whoa, what happened there? Okay. $14 points of damage.
All right. I actually screwed up there, so it's going to be 16. So he looks like he's on the brink. He's just barely holding himself up. Only it's the power of his incredible anger at you that is keeping him up at this point.
What's everybody else's health at this point? What's your health, Bretogi?
I've been better,
Okay.
but I'm good. Actually, I'm no longer bloodied or staggered.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna come up here anyway.
Well, I won't.
All right, and that's everything I believe I can do.
Yep. And Lockty, you're up.
Alrighty. Just going to just make a stab directly into the chest area, applying massive amounts of pain as hard as I can.
Now, is there any bonus for multiple people engaged with the same target, aside from making it harder to disengage?
Not in this particular case. Sometimes rogues will benefit from it,
Well, that's what I thought, but yeah, okay.
but for the most part, there's no flanking bonus in it.
Alrighty, does a 19 hit?
19 will miss.
Wait, is the math right?
1d20 plus 10.
That looked right.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, that will miss.
Yeah.
And that's natural odds. So welcome to Carbon Opening Part 3.
Alrighty, and miss damage 2.
Yep. So he's still up. Somehow still up.
Just nicked him.
Hey there, big fella.
And then it's his turn, and I think he has to go for Bretogi.
Yeah.
In this case.
Because I talked, crap at him last time.
Well, among that, you just killed 4 of his guys.
Yes, I did.
18 versus AC.
No!
All right. So he will do 4 damage, and he will pop free.
Damn it, now I'm back to being bloodied.
Yeah, just because most enemies don't have a miss doesn't mean all of them don't.
Yeah, I mean, I was like, I'm gonna be fine. Nope, I am not fine. Well, whatever.
All right. That's the end of his turn. Orc Raiders, there's not many of them left. In fact, I think there's
One, right?
I'm pretty sure there's only one.
This guy. I'm number 1. I'm the last one.
Yoink. He's gone.
Did he just run away?
He just ran away.
Morale failure.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's
Well,
not a
I've heard-
it's not a specific thing in 13th Age. There isn't a morale check, but I figured in this case, if he couldn't pass a saving throw after seeing most everybody else get murdered, he's gonna just
Yeah.
I have World of Warcraft to play. I'm gonna go now.
I have a raid with my clan.
Bratogi, you're up.
And the dwarf is going to try to chase him down.
I'll tell you now, you're not gonna catch him.
Well.
You trying to chase down the raider, or you're chasing down the Tusker?
Oh, the Tusker.
Oh no! In that case, yes. Even the dwarf can chase down the Tusker. The raider, not quite so much.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't care about the small fry. But
So yeah, you can go over and attack.
that's okay.
By the way, I got dibs on the orc archer stuff.
Okay, so. Yes, +8. Damn it.
Kill him. Kill him hard.
All right, 19 is going to miss.
Yeah. Yeah.
But all these near hits are slowly whittling him down.
I mean, it's just too bad that the 2d12 that I roll for Hammer of Faith does 2 damage.
Yeah.
I'm sitting
pretty
on
much.
like 20% chance to crit next turn.
It's more of a hammer of attrition at this point.
Hey. Yeah,
Well,
pretty much.
I have faith in my companions.
Kelserin, you're up.
All right. Can I go ahead and reach in a healing potion and feed it to a elf that looks fairly strong? If they weren't, so terribly awful right now.
Yeah. That'll be your standard action for that.
Yeah. All right. And once he's up, I'll pass him the pouch and say, "There's 2 more healing potions. Feed them to your friends."
Okay. Doing anything
And
else?
I will go ahead and.
Fjord's so gonna lay into that other elf.
Move over here. I don't think I'll need to attack the Orc Tusker between Fjord and Lochte having their turns up, but it's a good idea to just position myself.
Be
Yep.
ready.
Yeah,
Yeah.
makes sense. All right. Top of round 5. The escalation die is at 5.
All right, here
Wait,
we go.
Fjord, you're up.
Look at that.
Again, wow. You have single-handedly done more Elven Graces in this fight than any other fight I've seen.
Nice.
Hey, man, remember that time I played that character like 5 times and he got it like maybe twice?
Yeah, through the entire life of the character. Only
Oh
twice.
no.
That was great.
Well,
All
I
right,
guess
so yeah.
it should be a dick.
That
You
character
have-
didn't hit shit.
You have 2 standard actions. I can guarantee you will kill him.
If I hit.
If you attack twice, you will kill him.
Fantastic. Well, I'm definitely going after him.
All right.
So,
So let's
so
do
it's
your
plus
first
11
attack.
time, right?
Yes, plus 11 now.
Okay, here we go. Drag and roll. I'm the only one using the 3D dice, huh?
I think so.
All right.
I don't even have them displayed.
They are such a resource hog, and I think they're working on them, but for a long time, they were such a resource hog that there was no point in using them.
All right. I will kill them. It's not actually, it doesn't appear to be hurting me, but I can't take the risk. Okay. So,
Just you don't even bother rolling damage. Describe how he dies.
okay. So,
Now he's still trying to run away, right?
No, the Tusker wasn't trying to run away. He
Oh,
just
okay.
got free
Gotcha.
of that
Okay.
particular fight.
yeah, he just
Gotcha.
wanted it. He was resetting. So, and what weapons does the Tusker have?
He's got a giant club.
All right. So, my arrow actually hits him square in the ear, which doesn't kill him, but he gets so freaked out by it that he trips and falls on one of the spikes on his club, and it hits him square in the middle of the head and kills him.
All right. So you still have no. Actually, the other one ran away. So this fight is pretty much done.
Oh, well, can I just shoot at some things? I got extra shots, man. That's fine. Cool.
You started shooting
You did.
small woodland creatures that happen by.
No, he could just shoot
I
up into
saw
the air while he screams.
That's right. I saw you eat that branch.
All right. So with all the orcs dead, it's a bit of a trek to get them back to Cario, but doesn't seem to be any other orcs around, or at least not close. And about halfway through, some bandaged up, some kind of battered and bruised people from the village show up. Kind of looking. Once you find them, you can tell that they were looking to come out and help, including somebody who got a pep talk a bit earlier today. So Karis is not only just there with them; he's at the forefront, and they help you guys get the injured villagers back to town. None of them are dead.
If you're steadfast and true.
He nods and says, "You put into perspective what happened today, and I thank you, even as coarse an advice as that might have been.
The truth hurts.
You are not incorrect, but I appreciate it nevertheless.
And the trees feel a lot.
I suppose."
You lost him there.
I just walk off.
So you guys get back to town. It's pretty late at this point. You guys finished up this fight probably around 5. It's the summer, so the light doesn't go down for a few hours yet. But you're still back to Cario Village well after sundown. But the few villagers still awake here, they go and pat you on the back. A couple of you get hugs, just people sobbing up against your shoulder, thanking you for what you've done. And there we will end it.
Huzzah!
Huzzah!
Bertoni fires lances of faith into the air to act like fireworks.
Roll a d20 to see if you aim at the sky correctly.
Alright, so straight roll, and this is where...
Don't roll what you did. Alright. Who's the tallest out of the other 3?
It would be one of the elves.
It'd have to be one of the elves.
Alright, one of the elves.
I would think the high elves are the tallest.
Alright.
Although I was about to say, I'm holding the orc archer's bow in the air over my head in victory. I know that makes my hand higher.
So the hand holding it above your head in victory is backlit as Kestero gets nailed in the back of the head by a holy lance, and it's like a firework went off right behind your head. Sparks fly everywhere. Everybody oohs and ahs, and then they realize exactly what happened.
I don't turn around or notice any of that.
All right, I don't know if stop, drop, and roll works on holy flames, but this is the time to find out.
You're good, I think.
Fantastic.
Does it burn a monk's haircut onto me?
It's a reverse mohawk.
Nice.
You've gotten scorched right down the middle, so yeah. So therein is our demo. So,
thank you,
do
Aaron.
you guys have any questions that immediately pop to mind after having finished?
Well, in the spirit of this being a demo and helping people learn the rules, how much experience do we gain from this?
You don't get a damn bit.
How does that work?
Rules
actually,
as
this is one of the things that I really like about 13th Age.
Yeah, rules as written, it's more about how many fights you have, how many encounters you have, as opposed to getting experience from any one particular encounter. The way I know a lot of people do, if you're not doing it by encounter level, is people will tend to do by the story point.
Mm.
When you hit a plot point, you'll go up a level. Or, failing that, you'll go up an incremental advance, which I can explain. In this case, you guys would have definitely got an incremental advance in my game. And what that means is that on your character sheets, at least I think they're on these character sheets.
They are in the bottom right.
Okay, they're down there. So what you do is you get a small advance towards being the next level. You get to choose. So it's anything from getting another power to getting more hit points, getting another feat, whatever it happens to be. You get that one thing, and you get to use that one thing until you hit level 3. So usually there are 3. How many incremental advances you get really depends on how many sessions you have between level ups. There's no definite rules as written thing for when to give out incrementals. But I tend to give them out every 2 or 3 sessions, or when it hits a plot point. So, but they're a nice way of still advancing your character without the full level up. So you still get to do something extra. You still get to be tougher and have more hit points. You still get the feat to do something more interesting with your talents or your powers. The only thing that doesn't come up as a potential incremental advance is you cannot increase your damage through incremental advance. So you can't take an incremental advance for damage and do 3 dice worth of damage. That you actually have to wait for the full level up.
Cool.
So, any other questions, comments?
It was fun. It's the first time that I've encountered the escalation die, and I made it pretty neat. I liked it.
The escalation die is a lot of fun because it helps things not drag out as long. Mm. This combat went a little slow, but not too bad. And that's more because you guys aren't as familiar with your characters and so on and so forth. So it's to be expected, but it helps keep things, because as the fight goes on longer, the more likely you are going to be hitting and doing the damage, unless you're Joseph.
Yeah, my curse of getting kind of shitty rolls pretty consistently carried on.
Yeah, it still happens no matter, in all the games I've run. Some people will get just the absolute worst luck and not hit anything. And conversely,
yeah,
I had a rogue who had like 12 rounds of combat one week who hit like maybe twice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
and actually the thing is that, in this game, this session is probably the best I have rolled in a while, even with all those turns of just whiffing on that Tusker.
The Tusker was really beefy. He was far and away your worst enemy.
Yeah, I mean, but I probably could have done made things a lot easier by tossing the tossing bless for power on someone. Mm-hmm. Probably you, Elf Boy, and then just having him just light him up.
Yeah,
because 3 to attack. Yeah.
Another possibility that you could have done was do what was it, Hammer of Faith? Oh, not Hammer of Faith, but whatever your ranged attack is. I can't remember.
Lance of Faith. Yeah,
Lance of Faith.
It's against or Javelin of Faith. Whatever. Yeah, it's against PD though.
Yes, and that's why it's potentially better, because invariably AC is going to be every monster's highest defense. Physical defense for players and monsters alike is going to be lower than their AC. So you would have only needed a 17 to hit his PD.
Oh.
And if any of you had something to attack MD, you would have only needed a 13 there.
So then what you're saying is that Magic Boy would have just, lit him the hell up.
Very likely, because I think most of his stuff is against PD. I don't think all of it, but I think most of it.
Okay.
And he would have had a much easier time hitting pretty much everybody, as opposed to going after AC.
Right. And if you noted, the only attack I used was one I didn't have to roll with.
Right.
I didn't use any spells, really, that use up resources, so it didn't take damage until I got hit in the back of the head by a Javelin of Faith.
Yes.
Oops.
by a sparkler. That's why you're supposed to be careful with fireworks, kids.
It's almost as if this particular spy was never even here.
And I will reiterate the one lesson that I learned, which was make sure to remember about what are they called, mooks?
Yes.
Yeah.
That they work as a group. So if you have something that can target that whole group, you kind of get more bang for your buck if you go after them. Even though I still feel okay about having hit the archer, because the archer probably would have done decent damage across the board.
You didn't make a wrong choice there. I mean, attacking the archer, perfectly viable, and killing him was really good because he's potentially really dangerous too. Not as much as the Tusker, but all of these enemies have the potential to do a lot of damage. Under normal circumstances, I would have broken these mooks up into 2 different groups, so that they would have had 2 different hit point pools, and they also would have gone on 2 different initiative turns. That's what I usually do when they get usually above 7. I'll split them in half, because it's no fun to have 8 monsters going all at you at the same time. In this case, it didn't hurt you so much, so I don't feel too bad about it. But the potential there is to go really ugly. The fact that I got 2 crits on Bertogi just kind of shows you that even mooks can be really dangerous.
Yeah.
But in this case, I think it kind of evened out because a lot of the other ones didn't pull terribly well, and the ones who did hit, like the ones who hit Lock T, didn't do a lot of damage because of his talents.
Right.
Yeah.
So mooks are a lot of fun. I really love using mooks.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I reduced 16 damage that battle down to 8.
Yeah,
Nice.
and that adds up.
Yeah.
It really does. Especially considering that you guys didn't really have to worry about a lot in resources for the demo,
Right.
because it doesn't matter. But if there had been more on this campaign, like if you'd had to go out hunting more orcs without a full rest, you would have had to manage those your recoveries, how much you can actually heal, a lot more carefully.
Right.
So that tends to be the limiting factor in a lot of cases. Is how bad did somebody get the shit kicked out of them, and how far can they keep going before we need to stop and rest and recover?
Yeah, and that's where Cure Light is. That's where it's a major thing, because it's a heal without using their recovery.
Right, with a free recovery.
Right.
It's really good in that respect.
Yeah. And now my question for you is the D6 that you were using. Is that for the escalation die? I should say.
Oh yeah.
Is that available in the Roll20 portrait thing?
No, it's not. Somebody did a papercraft version of the escalation die with all of those out there. Let me drag some of them back on so you can look at them again. And they did a papercraft version of this and actually just folded it up and used it as the escalation die in their game. I got a hold of the image file, and I cut them out, and now I use them for the online as well. Before I was just using, I've got these as well. These are what I was using before.
Okay.
And they work just fine. But it's kind of nice to be able to add on a little bit of extra visual oomph.
Yeah.
So these are just, they're not actually dice, they're just tokens that have dice drawings on them.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Okay. That's what I was wondering.
A really cool thing with the escalation dice, and really with a lot of the mechanics in 13th Age, is they don't just work within the confines of this system. They can be very, very easily applied to any sort of other D20-based fantasy game.
Right.
And if you really like the way the escalation die, because it sort of simulates the idea of a battle starts off difficult, but as we get more in the heat of it, and we're emboldened by our successes, we push forth and we grasp victory at the last moment. It sort of uses a mechanic in order to put that narrative into the game.
And of everything that gets ported to other games, the escalation die is by far the most popular and also the easiest.
Yeah.
Other things are a little more difficult. You have to do a little bit more. But if someone made me run D&D right now, I would take backgrounds over, because they are my favorite part of the system. Far and away.
Yeah.
Those do more or less exist in a 5th edition.
They use a similar name, but it's not as open because with the backgrounds in 13th Age, it encourages you to keep adding details onto those background stories because that's how you're gonna get your DM to agree that you could use it for this role. So it just expands on your character's story, and you don't feel the need to keep expanding on the background and the story in the same way in Dungeons and Dragons, 5th edition.
Yeah,
That's more the nature of the specificity versus like the open-endedness.
Yeah, but that's what I like about them is the open-endedness. That's also what I like about icon rules and a lot of the other stuff in 13th Age is that they specifically say in the rule books, make this your own. Do this how you want to do this.
Yeah.
Here's how we do it. Here's how we recommend you do it. This is why we do it. But if you want to do something else, do it your way. And I tend to do that a lot. So a lot of the things you guys saw me do tonight even are not necessarily in the rule book, but they make sense given the way that I've played the game, and they've been becoming so ingrained that I don't even think of them as separate from the rules as written. I mean, even things like telling you to describe how somebody dies. That's not a 13th Age thing, but it fits in with the way 13th Age works very well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
go ahead. I will be more polite. You go ahead.
All right. So I was going to ask more about icon roles, icon die icon relationships.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like what other things have you seen done with them? Could we have done with them?
One of the things you could have done had you wanted to was while you guys were doing the trail, you guys could have said, "I've got a 6. How can I do this so that I succeed at this role?" So let's see. We had all right. So David, you had a negative with the Orc Lord. You had a negative 6. You could have said, I'm incredibly familiar with how the orcs under the command of the Orc Lord work. I have a really good idea for following this trail, and I would have said, okay, you've obviously got the experience dealing with orcs. Describe how your relationship benefits you right now, and however you described it, that was a success. You didn't need to roll your skill check right there. So that was another opportunity there. In fact, actually, the 3 one thing that a lot of people do is that you turn icon rolls into items, and that's actually to some extent why you got 3 healing potions to start off with, because as written, you're not necessarily going to get them. But I figured, okay, you've got these icon relationships, you've got these benefits coming your way, and had it come to that, I would have described them differently. So that like, for example, the benefits that you got, the healing potion you got for the benefit from the Dwarf King would have tasted and smelled different. It would have tasted like it would have tasted and smelled like chalk, like stone. It would have been cold, like marble gets, that sort of thing. And then let's see, the other one was the Prince. The Prince of Shadows potion would have been inky black and slide down your throat like a good shot of whiskey. That's one of the ways that you could have also you can also use icon relationships.
Okay.
A lot of times the icon relationships are on the GM side, and that's in that you have to remember what's available, and you have to kind of think what the players could do in this particular circumstance. But some players are very proactive, and they'll not only want to roll icon relationships for the beginning or the end of any session, but they'll want to do them in the middle of the session, which I think is great because it means they're really invested. So if that had been the case, you might have said, you guys might have said, like with the Elf Queen or the High Druid, actually, yeah, let's go with the High Druid, Elliot's High Druid. You might have said, I'm used to going through forests. Let me roll to see if my High Druid icon relationship has meant that I've been in this forest at some point, and if it had been a 6,
I've heard lore or something.
Yeah, or you've heard something about it, and if you'd rolled a 6, then absolutely, yes, you've either been here before, or you know somebody who's been here before who told you all about it. If it had been a 5,
I recognize this hint.
Yes, exactly. He's been drunk before. He's got a reputation. And if you rolled a 5 in that circumstance, yeah, you would still follow the trail, but you would have been like preoccupied with the trail to the point where you actually let the group into danger, and you would have been attacked by one of the obstacles. So that's another way that icon relationships can and sometimes do get used. I find a lot of players aren't really comfortable with icon relationships and using them. So for like my home game, I've got some house rules that basically allow, if you use an icon relationship during a fight, you can use it to add 1d6 to your damage. If you can describe how your relationship benefited you in this particular circumstance. And if you roll a 5, if you have a 5 relationship, then you still get the 1d6 damage, but I get a 1d4 that I can add on to one of my rolls. So that sort of thing is also not an uncommon house rule, where they have some other kind of benefit, because a lot of players who aren't comfortable taking narrative control won't necessarily use them otherwise. And there are a lot of people who are more inclined to kind of sit back and just let the game come to them instead of saying, I've got this, what can I do with it? You know? So it's one of the most interesting things about 13th Age, but it's also one that's a lot that can be really difficult for GMs and players alike to use, and it definitely takes some getting used to, some experience with it.
Yeah, if there's any downside of 13th Age, there is, depending on how in-depth you run it, there can be a lot of overhead.
To some extent, 13th Age assumes a familiarity with D20.
Yeah.
Not just with role-playing games in general, but with D20. So it doesn't hold your hand in a lot of respects. And the icon relationships are far and away the thing that people have the most difficulty adjusting to.
That's where the learning curve is, yeah.
It's the majority of the learning curve that is there, because things like the escalation dive, that's easy. Backgrounds, that's way easier than most other games. But the icons, learning to use those and how they work is where a lot of people have to spend a lot more time, because it's not common to see in other games to give those NPCs that kind of stature up front. And it's also, a lot of people tend to assume because the icon is an individual, or in some cases 3 individuals, like the 3, people assume that you're dealing with the icons directly, when that's not necessarily the case. You're dealing with their followers, their organizations. So if you have a relationship with the Emperor, you're not dealing with the Emperor. You're dealing with the Imperial Court. You're dealing with the Imperial Legions. You're dealing with all the nobility. You're dealing with anybody who's in some way connected to the Emperor. You're dealing with them through that relationship. And to be fair, even once you understand that you're not dealing with the icon directly and you're dealing with their people, sometimes it still takes some mental gymnastics to kind of work your head around how do I fit it in.
Well, I would think that since a lot of players think of these adventures as, kill fests, that dealing with the more subtle aspect of convincing somebody or passing for somebody else because you know how those people would act or those sorts of things probably doesn't come up as much, and that may be part of the challenge.
To some extent, yeah. A lot of people do tend to go kind of murder hobo if you don't push them away from that. And yes, using icon relationships in that respect for more than just combat is sometimes kind of difficult. Some people take to it really quickly. Other people don't, and I don't judge the people who don't necessarily get it right away, because it's a lot to get around. And to be fair, even I don't use the icon relationships the way they necessarily are they come up in the book. Like because I told you that at the beginning or the end of the session you roll, and that's what you're supposed to bring into that session, or the next session, depending. That's really goddamn hard. unless you are an improv master, it's incredibly difficult to adjust your session on the fly for what the players have rolled for their icon relationships, and that's what I don't do. I take a more top-level approach with the icons, and I go, you have chosen to have a relationship with this icon. This icon is going to come up in the campaign. Maybe not this session, maybe not next session, but it's coming up. So I take a more top-level approach to the icons in that respect.
Yeah, I've had like some trouble explaining icon roles to my players. Just like, so how often do you roll them? And the best that I have is when I feel like it.
Yeah, I have everybody roll at the beginning of their for my home game. I have everybody roll at the beginning, but I don't necessarily bring those icons in that session.
Right.
But since I've house ruled it so that they have an additional benefit, either a narrative benefit or a mechanical benefit, my players still use them.
Right.
So they still get some benefit out of that icon and that relationship, but it may not be the focus or even a focus of that particular session or adventure.
I'm wondering now if it would make sense to do, say an icon rolls, every full heal up.
I would do it, yeah. If I were doing something not that isn't what I'm already doing, I would do something more like full heal up. So it's more planned out.
Yeah.
So, what video game was this session inspired by?
This was Legend of Zelda.
It was? Okay. Huh.
Okay.
I guess the orcs could.
Moblins.
Yeah.
Cario Village.
Oh,
Saharilla is named after the eldest Saharilla.
Yeah.
The young boy dressed in green who had a sword he weren't sure if he could even lift up. So yeah, this one wasn't quite as obvious as some of the others. The Castlevania one is, dear God, fucking obvious.
Oh, shut up.
If you're a big Castlevania fan, it's more obvious because the names of it's another one where people have been kidnapped, and the names of the three who have been kidnapped are Sophia, Grant, and Simon.
It's the Reaper that gives it away for me.
The Reaper too. The Reaper is definitely one of those. The one that's probably hardest to show with the map and is more of the description thing is the Diablo one. The Diablo one, it's all about, I've got Deckard Cain in there, I've got an anagram of Tristram, but this is a ruined monastery nearby.
the sanctity of this place has been fouled.
Yes.
But what about the Herodric Cube?
That's actually a really good impression. I gotta grant you that. And this one's also pretty easy because a lot of the names are either anagrams or are related thematically, which is why Peach is Cherry, Mario is Martin, Luigi is Lewis. Just a lot of the other names are too. Daisy shows up, and I can't remember what I called her, but it's another flower.
Petunia.
No, it wasn't Petunia. It was, let's see. Either way, it doesn't really matter.
I never noticed, but from the angle of like just straight on, a Bullet Bill and a Chain Chomp are very hard to tell apart.
They really are, yeah. I've actually got Goombas there too. But I actually need to go write stats for them because I don't have them in this version. So it was also hard finding a Koopa that didn't look goofy. But
yeah.
So yeah, that was based on Zelda, the one you guys did, and it's more for my benefit than anybody else's because I mean most times people don't notice, and that's okay. The only time they definitely notice is this one, and that's because of the images. The Super Mario Brother one, I mean.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a source book out for the Dragon Empire yet?
No, and there likely won't be any specific one. It's deliberately set up so that nothing is set in stone, or very little is set in stone, so that people can adjust their campaign to suit whatever they need or whatever they like. Even the stuff that is written down tends to be, this is what it's rumored to be like, this is what people know about this, or this is what people think about this. So very little is set in stone. Even about the icons, they can be played with in many respects.
Yeah.
So it's deliberately set up so that you can do whatever you like with your particular setting. It's part of the make it your own, and I like that, given the tendency for some other games to populate their settings so badly or with so much stuff that it's hard to find a place or a reason to adventure. When so much has already been covered by setting books and novels and video games and other stuff like that.
Or you find a place, but you don't have as exhaustive a knowledge of it as one of your players, so they have to keep correcting you.
Yeah. This is... I'll go into look. First, let's say goodbye to everybody, because I think we're done.
Nice.
So thank you, all our viewers. I hope you all have a good night and you enjoyed the demo.